we all know now the value of sports. When you come to Johannesburg and you're on your way to Soweto, the bird cage is one of the most beautiful sights that you can see, a legacy of the 2010 World Cup by FIFA. And we also know that the Africa Cup of Nations in the Ivory Coast was an absolute smash hit, and it left again a rich legacy. And I'm hoping that today, in this session, we're going to explore how much more we can do with sports. Let me just share a few of the mandates that have been given in terms of this discussion today. We're asking the question, how can we use sports as a job creator on a continent which is the world's youngest population? How can we look at sports in a different way as an investment that can well prepare some of our poorest economies around the continent? And what kind of infrastructure we need to build for us to be able to achieve this? Let me introduce my panelists. I don't know if they need introduction actually, but maybe I should. Let me do so. On my left is Claire Ackermans. Claire is, of course, a distinguished performer. Those who have followed the story of Rwanda over the years will know the sterling work that she did in helping transform a country consumed by trade into one of the best shining examples of what political leadership can do on the continent. Claire was instrumental, of course, in making Rwanda a place to invest. So perhaps in terms of making sports an investment vehicle, Claire is more suited than anybody else. Welcome, Claire. Thank you. Let me also introduce Will Mbiakop. He's Executive Chairman, Africa Sports and Creative Institute. Will is a former athlete, so he is talking about what he knows, what he has practiced, and he will address some of the most pressing challenges that we see on the African continent instead of socio-economic development. And he's currently, as I said, the chairman of the Africa Sports and Creative Institute, which delivers research and advisory capacity building programs, trying to lift the role of sports in our economies. Will, welcome. Claire, let me start with you, and let's connect the two. We are at the Africa Investment Forum. So the immediate question maybe for most people would say, oh, you are talking investments and business opportunities, etc. How come you're talking about sports?
Thank you very much, Godfrey. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here in Rabat, Morocco. Very beautiful city, very beautiful country. And those of you who love to come to Morocco and keep looking for reasons to come to Morocco, there's one next year. We're hosting the Basketball Africa League here in Rabat, Morocco. So please, you have a reason to come back. But speaking of which, Godfrey, first of all, when you say you're a sports junkie, I believe you. And do you know why I believe you?
Why?
Because when we're arriving at the airport in Casablanca, I saw you wearing a jersey. I saw you wearing, except it was a football jersey, not a basketball jersey. But I did see you advertising Visit Rwanda in your Arsenal jersey. So I do believe you when you say that you are a fan. You can also get a Basketball Africa League fan. It also has Visit Rwanda. So
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it.
Okay, but sports is a big business opportunity. Globally, we know that the sports industry is about $500 billion. So it's billions and billions of dollars that sports contributes to economies all over the world. But the truth is, on the African continent, we only claim a very small percentage of that economics that comes from sports. And so it's time for us to continuously look at sports as an investment opportunity, as an economic priority, because it really is. We've seen some countries that are taking this seriously. Senegal, for example, hosting the Basketball Africa League for the NBA. We have South Africa, we have Egypt, we have Rwanda. Rwanda recently, I think last year, announced that from events, including sports events, it was earning about 15% of its tourism revenue coming from sports and events. And it was about $100 million that they announced. And so the opportunity is really there. It's not just recreation, it's economics. And so what we're doing as NBA is partnering with the whole ecosystem that requires to do their parts, from governments, private sector, media, sports journalists, as well as leagues like ourselves, to really make sports the priority that it should be. But what does it take? I think it takes, first of all, for countries to have the vision that is deliberate in comprehensively building sports as an economic priority. It needs to be spelled out as a vision. It needs to be spelled out as a priority. And then once that's done, the different actors in the different parts of the ecosystem come together to make that a reality. And we've seen for countries that have done that specifically, like Senegal, they're going to be hosting Youth Olympics, for example. They're hosting a number of events. Rwanda, that are hosting, we're seeing them benefiting from the economics of sports. And I think that's really going to increase, and that's really going to be catalyzed by leagues like ourselves coming on the continent and investing to make this a reality.
Yeah. When you look around the continent, Claire, do you see the kind of political will, that's required to create the visions that you are talking about? Or are we still seeing here, when the national budgets are being announced, sports not even mentioned, except through the creation of a ministry where a few $100 million is allocated?
It's changing.
It is changing.
It is changing. Clearly, we see that from the NBA perspective. For a long time, as you said, sports was seen as a recreation, as a physical education, as a, by the way, a good friend of ours, Masai Ujiri, who's from the Toronto Raptors, likes to say, when a minister has failed to do things in all the other ministries, then they're given the sports ministry. But now we're giving the best, we need the best-minded people and the most visionaries to actually run the sports industries, because they really have an opportunity there. Recently, I mean, Rwanda, for example, you know, I come from Rwanda, and I've seen that President Kagame has been very deliberate. He's built an arena of 10,000 people, investing in building the talent of basketball. We've seen President Ruto, for example, very much investing and seeing sports as an economic priority. Only 2 weeks ago, we were in Angola. We met President Lorenzo of Angola, and he clearly said, you know, he wants to work with NBA to bring sports to the level that it should be. Yeah. So we're seeing heads of state buying into the vision. But, you know, what is important is to show that it's working.
Right.
And what we're doing is really showing, you know, examples of where it's working, where the economics and the social transformation is happening through sports. Talent is transforming. Yeah. The more evidence we can showcase, the more examples we can showcase, the more buy-in we'll get from the leaders.
Absolutely. Will, come in. You obviously have had your experience in terms of building up sports. And I wanted, first of all, let's get your take in terms of just developing sports as a business before we tackle the issue of how sports has been treated. Because the question I was going to ask you is, do you feel like when you are coming to a room, you are treated like a celebrated economist, or do they simply see you as that guy who was very good at what he did?
Thank you very much, Godfrey. I was not an NBA athlete at all. I did work for the NBA. I was leading the business development part of the NBA for almost 10 years, but I didn't play in the NBA. I played basketball at highest level, but not in the NBA. Look, first of all, I'm very glad to be here. This is great. You know, Morocco is very special to me in my heart. Very, very honored to be here, and very happy that sports is taking a growing position within the investment world, and for a good reason. Here is why. I believe, and I always say that, there's never been a better time to invest in sports in Africa. Never been a better time to invest in sports in Africa. Why? Because over the past 20 years, sports industry has shown annual growth rates of 5% over the past 20 years. It's roughly 3 to 4% of the world GDP and is growing. In Africa, 0.5%, that's the value of sports contribution into Africa GDP. But we look and we witness a major shift in the game. The shift is more and more investment pouring into our industry across the entire value chain. Let me give you some example. $258 million, that's what has been spent for the Stade of Senegal, you know, the football stadium in Senegal. 104 million have been spent for the Kigali Arena. President Tshisekedi of DRC, Congo, has committed to also build the Kinshasa Arena. That's just infrastructure. In terms of talent development, we have major investment from our brothers from Egypt, the Mansour family, putting $100 million in the Right to Dream Academy. That's another example. Let's talk about merchandising. French company Decathlon posting double-digit figures in terms of growth across the continent. They recently opened another store in Johannesburg, South Africa. So we see that more and more investors are understanding the game and understanding that sports is a unit asset class. What do we mean by unit asset class is while sports contribute to the economic growth, creating jobs and value, it's also very impactful from a global influence standpoint with great ambassadors, and it's very impactful from a social and societal standpoint as well. So sports is a huge catalyst when you think about sustainable growth.
So when you are making the description that you are making, I'm getting the sense of you are talking about another world. Are you talking about Africa?
I like that question. All the example I just gave you all in Africa, right?
Right.
I mentioned to you Senegal.
Yeah.
I mentioned to you Rwanda, Congo, South Africa, and I actually made a big mistake. I didn't mention Morocco. Over the past 20 years, Morocco has been consistently investing in youth development. We have the Centre National du Football, which is the football national center where they develop talents in Rabat, not far from here.
Yeah.
We have the AFCON coming up. We have the biggest stadium being built in Ben Sliman, not far again from here, 100,000 seats capacity for $500 million investment across the board. Not too long ago, I was in Tangier. The stadium is just amazing. And what I really like about this thing is, as I mentioned earlier, sports plays a role of catalyst, meaning that those major sporting events are not helping you to grow on the infrastructure side only, but you look at transportation, you look at accommodation, you look at businesses, you look at the entire economy, and we have to talk about tourism. You know, here in Morocco, tourism is 7% of the Morocco GDP, 7%.
Sure.
Last year, they broke a record, 14.5 million people visited Morocco, generating 104 billion dirhams, that's $10 million revenue. And the target is for them to keep on growing. And to do that, you need an innovative solution. Sports tourism is one of them.
So Claire, I mean, clearly, okay, things are beginning to happen here. Okay, great. So this is a world now where we talk about sustainability. And the question I really want to ask is, how do we ensure that what we are hearing, the Maracana of Africa being built here, one big project, that doesn't become just one big project, nor another big project there, and then it all fizzles out. How do we make sure that what is happening is structured such that it is something that will be there in the future, i.e. it is sustainable across the continent, not in one country and not in one part of the continent?
I think one clear way of achieving that is having a league like ourselves. So the NBA Continental, the NBA has invested in the Basketball Africa League, which is a Pan-African league. Every year there's a competition. We've done 4 seasons so far. 2025 will be our 5th season. In the whole entire system, as you go into the BAL, there's what we call the road to BAL. So you have about 25 African countries that participate on average in the road to BAL. You narrow down to 12 countries that have their teams participating. We have countries that you'd never have even seen in sports competitions.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the new countries you have this year is Cape Verde, for example, participating in the road to BAL. We've had traditional countries like Senegal, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, that is very well known for rugby and soccer and cricket, has been participating in the Basketball Africa League. Burundi participated last year. And so we're seeing more and more countries. Central African Republic, Libya, those countries have been participating in BAL. And so the way to sustain this is to give the investments a pathway to utilize those investments.
Yeah.
So talent, previously, if you're very good at basketball, very good in football, you're quickly looking to leave the continent to find an opportunity in Europe.
You anticipate my next question.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but what we're doing by having the Basketball Africa League here is giving you no reason to leave the continent to get professional world-class sporting opportunities here.
Yeah.
We're seeing salaries improve of players in the Basketball Africa League. We're seeing infrastructure increase. He gave many examples of infrastructure improving on the continent. But the way to sustain that is to have leagues, competitions that stay on the continent, that are viable and that actually pay talent as they should.
And that's my next question. How do we ensure that what we are building is able to attract the support and the capital that we require. We know that when we talk about remuneration figures for Africa versus the rest of the world, we are nowhere near anywhere. I'm putting that question to you. I'll put it to Will as well.
Well, as I've said, when we see the Basketball Africa League every year improving, we're seeing more and more investments and more opportunities to actually pay talent well. What we're also seeing is that at the team level, there's more investments than we've seen before. An example I'd like to give is Nairobi City Thunders. This is a new team that has just qualified for BAL, to play in the NBA League that's on the continent, the Basketball Africa League. Kenya had never participated in BAL. They'd never qualified to participate in BAL since all the 4 seasons we've had recently. Nairobi City Thunders has now qualified to be part of BAL. What made them qualify? Investment.
Sure.
So Nairobi City Thunders went out and really took this as an investment opportunity. They went, raised money. They have private investors that are putting money, and that ability to invest made them be able to acquire good players. They got some of the best players on the continent. They hired them. They invested in, accessing facilities in order to get their training on board. And all of this, getting good coaches and getting good managers, all of that has resulted in them being very competitive, and they're qualifying for the BAL. So what it takes is the right investments in getting the players, training, building the capacity of the teams. And when you show that there's a business opportunity, investors will invest, like we've seen in Nairobi City Thunders. We saw that in the Cape Town Tigers, an example also. And we're getting more and more private investments going in the teams. And when they do that, talent is paid well and sustainability is more possible.
Will?
Yeah, look, I think it's a great question. With regard to infrastructure, I have different views. I understand everybody's looking at major, big time infrastructure, big time stadium, and so on and so forth. Look, in basketball, I play basketball, as you know, and in basketball, we often say you have to be true to the game. You have to be true to the game means that you need to know your role. In football, it's the same thing. If you play defense, you play defense. We're not asking you to score 30 points, right? With regards to our leadership, it's the same thing. We've witnessed countries in Africa where they will be building 5 or 10 stadium, 50,000 seats on average, whereas the local population is not even 10 million. So what do you do after that? You've been spending hundreds of millions. What do you do after that? So it is important to be true to your game and to understand who you are within African context. So the second thing is maybe you should consider, and we see that with the FIFA World Cup, to share the wealth, meaning that one country can host with others. So we have multiple hosting opportunities. That's what's going to happen here in 2030 with the World Cup, right? But Godfrey, I think when we look at infrastructure, we need to think at infrastructure differently. And we're going to look at it from a business standpoint. Do you know that the money that is made in sports is actually coming from the daily practice and consumption by the household? It's not coming from professional sports. It's coming from Africans daily consuming and practicing sports. That's where the wealth is. What does that mean? It means that we don't need that many 50,000 seats. We rather need smaller venues, smaller sporting infrastructures that's going to address the daily need of those Africans' households. That is where, to me, the key is.
If I could just add something around the use of infrastructure. I think you asked that question before. How do you make sure they're not wasted infrastructure? I think one thing we've seen from basketball arenas is that they actually use, I'll give the example of Beka Arena in Rwanda, about a quarter of the time of their use is in sports. 3/4 of the time, they're actually using the facilities for something else. And one of the reasons that arenas get really full in Rwanda, as an example, is religious events. So you have pastors coming and hiring the event to have their religious events. You have political events, meetings, big gatherings. You have technology hackathons. You have all sorts of users. And so sports facilities can be used beyond sports, and that makes them really lucrative. You have about 200 days in a year when these arenas can be full. In countries, developed countries, they're actually full, 2 years in advance. That's what I hear from sports arenas. So the infrastructure should be looked at comprehensively, not just for sports, but for multi-purpose. And that's how you really make money from them in a sustainable way.
I want your thoughts on Will's suggestion that when we're thinking about the infrastructure for sports, we should not be thinking of, Will, I'm sorry to have to put it this way, but we should not be thinking of the Maracanas of of Africa, we should be thinking about more intimate, smaller size sports infrastructure.
But if I may say, what I just say precisely is we need to have a holistic approach.
Yeah.
While we have big time stadium, we also need to complement that
with the big picture stuff.
Exactly.
Okay.
You need both. You definitely need both, because
Exactly.
for some of the competitions we have, like the BAL, you have to have those world-class infrastructure. But of course, you have different users. You talked about practice, talked about smaller competitions, smaller federations. Yes, you need both. But to be able to have the world-class competitions, you definitely need big infrastructure, but not in isolation of the small ones.
In part, you have started to answer of my discussion, and this was the question around what kind of models we require in order to make sports sustainable and successful. Let's talk a little bit about what that model looks like and let's spread it across all the sports, really.
Mm-hmm.
Will, I'm starting with you.
Sorry, I didn't hear
the kind of models that we require in order to build successful franchises in terms of sports.
Yeah, look, there's multiple models. I think obviously from a financial standpoint, I think everybody has to play his role. When we look at development banks, they need to help with access to capital, which is a major hindering to the growth of the continent. Cost of capital is another one. But when we go beyond that, I think what we expect from the development banks is for them to help with de-risking. Unfortunately, there's sometimes a negative perception when it comes to investment in sports. And we need those development banks to help with de-risking, mitigating the risk, and sometimes insuring it. And you can do it leveraging on your balance sheet, for example. I'm sure the investor would know how to do that. So that's from a financial standpoint, and that's from the public perspective, right?
Right.
Now, from a private sector perspective, I think people need to look at the key segment within the market. And there are so many. Sports tech is one of them. I think sports tech present amazing upside. It was a $8 billion business worldwide in 2018, and it's projected to be $31 billion by 2024. So looking at certain segment of the market and making sure that we leverage them. Obviously, public-private partnerships is a critical one, and I'm sure everybody would agree. Maybe when we look at all of these, I think there's one thing that is very, very critical, and that's I observe, and I think Claire was mentioning that earlier. It is so important that people understand the game. People have the skill set to understand what they're doing. From a governance standpoint, from an investment standpoint, people truly needs to study the market and understand what they're doing. Okay?
Well, in terms of models, I look at maybe three different categories. The first category is infrastructure and facilities. I think especially for the ones that host big competitive events, like arenas, stadiums, etc., I see two pathways for investing in those. The main one is public funding, because these are very huge long-term investments. You're talking about $100 million and more. You're looking at a payback period of 15, 20 years. And so I think the public sector has a key role there. However, I think there's room also for public-private partnerships to do that. Either government partnering with private sector and government helping to leave the private sector that needs to be paid a little bit faster than the 15, 20 years. What we've seen, for example, is the government builds infrastructure, brings private sector to manage it. And the private sector makes it viable because they're managing it like a business, they're hosting, they're marketing the facility and able to make money. So that's for infrastructure and facilities. And I think development financial institutions can participate through lending to governments.
You mentioned AFDB.
AFDB, FTV is here. I know TDB, for example, has invested in Stadium and many others. IFC has just partnered with Helios, for example, to start a sports investment facility for infrastructure. So we see these kinds of partnerships and being de-risked by long-term financing coming from DFIs and governments. But there's a second part, which is around capacity building. So talent building. We have a program called Future Pros, for example, at the BAL. I think that can be a mixture of philanthropic. We've seen philanthropy like MasterCard Foundation investing in talent. We've seen UN, we've seen World Bank and all those financial institutions, AFDB in capacity building. I think they can participate in building the talent and helping to see more people work in the sports sector. But there's a third part, which is entrepreneurs in sports. And we're seeing more and more entrepreneurs coming in sports. We're seeing investment in digital solutions. At the NBA Africa, we started something called Triple Double Accelerator, where we identified solutions that support the sports sector and creative sector. We announced our first edition beginning of this year, and we got 700 applications from Africans who want to participate in the sports and creative sector. They have solutions in ticketing, they have solutions in live events, they have solutions in AI that can support industries. And for there, I think the best model for financing is really getting venture capital, getting private equity, getting financial institutions to invest in these sports entities.
Going with my thinking, because I wanted to say, yes, in the past, what we've seen traditionally is that governments are the ones that come in and put up this infrastructure, and it's been their responsibility. But we are also in an era where we know we are increasingly saying government's finances are constrained, and they've got many other demands that they need to satisfy, and we need to get private money into sports. Now, how do we get it into the infrastructure side? And you have touched in part on it. I want to talk a little bit more about it, and then I need to talk about what we'll raise around the consumption of sports and how we should look at it differently and connect it to social media, the age that we are in, and how we make that work. But let's talk a little bit about private money in infrastructure development. How do we make that infrastructure attractive to a Dangote to invest in the same way that he thinks about that big refinery in Lagos?
Maybe not Dangote as an example, but we do have a Nigerian investor called Amusan, who is actually one of the investors in NBA Africa. He's investing in an arena in Nigeria. And we went to Nigeria beginning of this year. I believe it was around April this year, and we had the groundbreaking for an arena. And so, and he's visited some of the arenas on the continent to see how they function and to see the business case that there is. So I think that's changing, and we're seeing more and more private investment, not just government investments, investing in infrastructure.
Are we able to create these structures that would enable private money to think about sports opportunity in the same way that they think about, I mean, I know we need to eat, but in the same way they begin to think about setting up a plant to make cornflakes or whatever it
is? Actually, no. Godfrey, sports is actually better than those plants. I'm telling you, sports is much better than building just a plant. Sports is much better.
In terms of returns?
In more than returns. So sports is better in multiple ways. As I mentioned earlier, from an event standpoint, sports is an amazing accelerator for development. It helps you develop your infrastructure, yes, but not sporting infrastructure only. It helps you develop roads, helps you develop accommodation, hotels for tourism. It helps you develop health destination, clinics, and so on and so forth. We see our brothers in Côte d'Ivoire, that's what they did during AFCON. $1.2 billion has been spent across the board from San Pedro, Abidjan, Bouaké for global development. So yes, sports is a unique asset class, as I mentioned earlier. Sports is a unique asset class. It does bring financial benefit. It helps you from a global influence standpoint. I think Rwanda or Morocco have been doing a great job with promoting their destination through sports. And it also helps you from a social impact standpoint. We will all agree that sports is definitely transformative. It's an amazing transformative vehicle for youth. So you see, very few assets will offer so many features.
Okay.
And by the way, sports is projected to grow at least 3 to 4 percentage points above GDP in Africa. So if GDP is growing by 3 to 4%, you're seeing an additional 3% growth. So sports is growing faster than GDP. That makes it attractive for business.
When you say sports, break it down for me.
So sports industry in general. So that includes the economics of sports. So hospitality, sports events, tournaments, the money that you make from sports is actually growing faster than GDP.
Yeah. Talk, Will, if you will, please, about the idea that you introduced at the beginning, where you spoke about the consumption of sports and how the bulk of the money that's consumed in sports is actually not in the direct watching of sports itself. Or is that what you said?
Yeah. So what I was trying to describe earlier is that yes, the professional sports is huge. It's aspirational. It makes people dream, and it's big money. And we should definitely push for that, especially from an African continent where we have a unique opportunity to create authentic sporting content. You know, look at Canal Plus. Canal Plus just acquired MultiChoice for $2.9 million.
Yeah.
And, you know, they have plans to develop studios, African content, and so on and so forth, right? They actually sponsoring, you were talking about Americana earlier. This is a property that they're looking at, right? So we have a unique opportunity to create authentic sporting content. We should push for more of the BL, more of football major events on the continent. What I was saying is that those events, for example, the AFCON, it comes every 2 years.
Yeah.
Those major events are not on a daily basis. So what I'm saying is that when you look at the wealth created in sports, the majority of that wealth is actually not coming from those mega events. It's coming from the daily practice and consumption of sports by the household.
Sure.
What does that mean? It means that me as a sports fan, I have to buy clothes for me or my kids to go and practice sports, right?
Yeah.
I need to take a membership in the fitness center, for example, to go and practice that, right? I will, if I like to watch games on TV, traditionally I will either take a sub at Canal Plus or other TV providers and OTTs. Well, I hope we're going to talk about OTTs as well.
Yeah.
But I can also go to my favorite bar with my friend to watch the game on giant screen, and that means consumption as well. So what I'm trying to say is that we are a 1.4 billion people market. We are young, 19 years average age, and we're going to be the biggest population in the world in the near future. By 2050, 1 human being out of 4 is African. So we need to focus on the daily consumption of those people.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say.
What about the disruption? You mentioned multi-choice. And of course, we know the challenges that multi-choice has been facing as a result of the disruption that's been caused by the OTTs that you're talking about, but also the different consumption, the different ways in which people are now consuming the television. How do we, one, embrace that disruption and use it to grow sports on the continent? And also, what about social media? I'm in television, and we are being disrupted hugely, I can tell you, in terms of our distribution channels and our ability to reach our audiences.
I'll start? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Look, Godfrey, there's one thing that is very critical to understand on the continent is, number one, the mobile phone consumption and market penetration. Africans do a lot of things with this now. They do a lot of things. They do call, text, they do socialize with it. Sometimes they can pay their bills with it. And most importantly, they get entertained with this. What does that mean is that it means that there's a major shift from a content standpoint that people, right holders, but also broadcasters, media platform that you mentioned, MultiChoice earlier, they need to understand that and they need to shift to that. We see example of ESPN, for example, in the US, where we now have ESPN Plus. Very early, they have developed platforms for people to consume sports on their mobile. And that's the youth. The youth, the young people of Africa, they like to do that. And that's what we need to understand. So yes, Canal Plus acquiring MultiChoice, as you mentioned, it's a major shift on the continent.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, I think it's just the beginning. We're going to see more and more moves like that. Obviously, New World TV from Togo, as you know, they've made a big splash on the market, acquiring the football right, World Cup football rights, and recently contracted $242 million credit line from the DFI. Yeah. So I think when we look at OTT, because I think that's what you were mentioning, and social media, we need to understand that, at least that's in my opinion, people talk about the fourth revolution being technology. Fourth industrial revolution to me is technology, yes, but it's actually IP, intellectual property. The intellectual property and technology allow a kid from Bulawayo, Zimbabwe, or from Yaoundé, Cameroon, to produce content with this and to put it on platform like YouTube and make money. It allows a kid from a village to produce content, put it online, and expose his talent and potentially be recruited by Chelsea, Arsenal, and so on and so forth. And from an African perspective, this is a major vehicle to actually leapfrog and catch up with the rest of the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Claire, we need to wrap. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that the evidence is there. How many people own TVs on African continent? You're talking about 40, 50 million households. You're among the few. How many people have mobile phones? You talk about 700 million. MTN alone, 300 million. So the opportunity is really there for Africa. And at the NBA, we understand that, and we are also moving with that direction. We have our own app. It's called the League Pass. You can download the app, subscribe to the app and watch your games on your phone. Your sons do great. All your sons, please, and daughters. And then we also have seen growth in social media platforms. You talked about YouTube. When we showed our games last year, BAL, we had one of the fastest growth rates, 230% growth rate on YouTube channel that were watching our game through YouTube. So that's really changing, and we have to move with that. Our new global media deal at NBA included Amazon in recognition of streaming being the future. Mm-hmm.
I can only wish you the very best, and hoping that
the mic, your mic.
I keep forgetting this one. So in broadcast television, in business, the microphone is always on. Slightly different. I certainly hoping that we can continue to accelerate this growth that you are talking about, and we see sports being seen in a different light and supported by both the public and private sector. Will, you want to have final word?
Final word. Final word for me, I think we should leave the investors with the top 3 investment opportunities in Africa. I think that hopefully would be very useful for them. Number 1, sports tech, $31 billion market. That's the projection by the end of 2024. Sports tech offer amazing upside, including esports and gaming. That's number 1. Number 2, health and wellness. A $5 trillion market worldwide. African likes to look good, they like to feel good, and they're going to be consuming health and wellness. Number 3, sports blue economy. We have large coastline, and we can do so much with the coastline across the continent. So those are the top 3 investment opportunities.
Final word is come and experience sports in action. Basketball Africa League, our games starting here in Morocco in April, 4th to 7th of April. Next games will be after that. We'll have conferences in Rwanda, in Senegal, and then the finals will be in South Africa. So please come and see sports in action through the NBA's Basketball Africa League.
I can tell you I'm going to watch in Johannesburg. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm hoping that in the boardrooms that they have got behind us, where the people have been working feverishly, we will see sports deals being inked as well. Claire, thank you. Will, thank you. Please help me to thank our panelists, our audience. Thank you. And for you, for being here. Thank you. And you online as well. Thank you very much indeed. Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning, and welcome. A special welcome to you, Hardy Folk.
Bonjour, bienvenue.
You have made it here.
Je vous souhaite la bienvenue très tôt ce matin. Vous êtes venus et j'apprécie votre temps. Je m'appelle Godfrey et je vais
Just to remind all those in the room that we also have
faciliter ou modérer
our
cette
stream
séance. Et
online.
donc, ceux
Bonjour Emmanuel, tu m'entends?
Allô? Bonjour Olivier.
Bonjour Emmanuel, tu vas bien?
Oui, ça va.
Super, ça va très bien, merci.
Il y a quoi pour le boulot? J'imagine que tu es au fourme là.
Je chopais une petite grippe là. Ouais.
Oh là.
Hello, good morning, and welcome. Special welcome to you, Hardy Folk.
bonjour, bienvenue.
You have made it here.
Je vous souhaite la bienvenue très tôt ce matin. Vous êtes venus, j'apprécie votre temps. Je m'appelle Godfrey et je vais
Just to remind all those in the room that we also have
faciliter ou modérer cette séance. Et donc, ceux d'entre nous qui assistent à la réunion, le président bien je suis arrivé ici, je vais plus combattre l'idée de l'initiative, changer une bande et j'en fais l'élection. Et en parlant de nous avons c'est
Meantime, what we are able to do as a local entity is to build capacity. Because for people to be bankable, they need to understand what it means to have that money and to use it in the right way and grow their business. So it's not even necessarily.
Oui, c'est ce que je lui dis.
Ah bon.
2h15.
Non, il a une autre réunion à 10h normalement.
Ouais, il y a une réunion à 10h. Attends.
C'est à la
Et-
salle,
et
sur la
monsieur
plénière.
Cissé ou
Non, non,
bien
c'est
Emmanuel?
C'est
Emmanuel.
pas la plénière. Parce
Donc,
que les autres sont à la plénière.
Avec moi.
Oui. À
C'est
10h.
ça, non?
La session de 10h.
Alors, ils sont.
Royal plénière.
C'est la salle royale plénière à 10h et puis à
Mais
11h.
pourquoi ils disent que c'est ici? Ok. D'accord.
Donc 10h
Scaling
ici,
up infrastructure financing.
10h ici, 9h chez toi. Donc tu dois aller plus tôt de l'autre côté. À la plénière.
Mais le message qu'on a reçu avec de Léla,
Là.
c'est Marketplace Workshop. C'est quel? Attends, je vais regarder. D'accord. Bon, laisse-moi vérifier quand même, hein. Je sais qu'il y a des révisions, là.
D'accord, c'est compris.
Bon, je reste quand même en votre compagnie, c'est pas grave.
C'est toujours un plaisir, tu sais.
Ok,
C'est
d'accord.
toujours un plaisir de t'avoir avec nous.
D'accord.
Ça marche. À tout de suite.
Ok.
Bonjour Lara.
C'est de l'autre côté.
C'est ce que je voulais dire, expliquer.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, vous allez bien?
Oui, très bien.
Super. En fait, je vois sur mon programme que
C'est la prochaine réunion, non?
la prochaine réunion, normalement, vous devez... Ici. Allô, vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui.
Ici, en fait, c'est le workshop.
OK, vous voulez que je sors et je rentre après?
Après, non, normalement, vous devez être à la plénière, je crois.
Non, Olivier,
Non?
c'est justement ça le problème.
C'est ça le
Bonjour
problème?
Lara.
Bon,
Oui,
peut-être on
parce
est...
que Lara et moi, on
Oui,
est affectés ici. Donc, je suis en train d'écrire à Leila justement pour éclaircir. C'est pour ça que là,
voilà.
Lara- en fait, je suis rentré là parce que je
Oui,
voulais envoyer le lien à Lara.
d'accord.
C'est pour ça que j'ai dit je vérifie avant. Donc, voilà. Je ne sais pas exactement ce qui se
Mais
passe.
c'est quoi le titre de la réunion déjà? Sur laquelle que vous devez couvrir? C'est laquelle? Que je regarde mon programme également. Qu'on soit...
C'est la réunion de 10 heures, High Level Panel. Non. Ah oui, Scaling Up
Oui,
Infrastructure
scaling of
Financing in
infrastructure.
Africa.
Effectivement, ça, c'est à la plénière.
C'est la salle royale, justement. OK.
Oui, mais ici,
On
vous êtes au
était là.
workshop.
Oui,
Ici,
on
vous êtes au
était
workshop.
là, mais
Oui.
on nous a dit qu'il fallait venir ici, donc je rentre là-bas.
Non, non, faut retrouver Dorsaf plutôt à la plénière, parce que c'est
Non, c'est
là-bas que vous
peut-être,
êtes.
ouais, je ne sais pas pourquoi il y a cette confusion dans leurs esprits, mais ils étaient persuadés qu'on devrait être là.
Parce
Donc,
que la prochaine session
oui,
ici,
c'est même
normalement,
pas
c'est à
ça.
11h45.
Oui,
Voilà.
je me
Voilà,
suis
c'est à
dit, donc,
11h45.
oh, oh,
Et le titre, c'est Innovative Funding Structure for Africa Energy Transition.
ok,
Ça, c'est
non,
la prochaine réunion.
ok, moi j'étais persuadée que quelque chose avait changé, c'est tout. Ok, donc je
Donc,
vais
Emmanuel, vous
rentrer dans
devez
l'autre
normalement
salle
aller à
d'abord.
la plénière. Voilà, vous devez à la plénière. Et vous
Ok,
revenez avec moi ici à 10h45, 11h45, heure de Rabat. Voilà, c'est bon.
Emmanuel,
D'accord.
I'll let you do the honors with the other group and explain to them.
I'm already
Okay,
explaining that. Okay.
bye
All right.
bye.
Ok,
Bye.
ça marche.
Merci,
Merci.
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 À tout à l'heure. Merci. Coucou Oriane, tu vas bien? Tu m'entends?
Salut Olivier, comment tu vas?
Je vais un peu grippé, mais ça va.
Un peu grippé, t'as eu froid?
Un peu
Il fait
froid,
froid là-bas?
exactement, c'est ça.
Ça y est, c'est le temps européen là, là t'es très haut. Là.
Exactement, ouais. Ouais, c'est ça.
Mais ça va,
Ça va?
ça se passe bien? Vous
Oui, ça
survivez?
va, ça va, ça se
Pas trop
passe bien.
chaotique?
Non, ça va, super.
Ouais?
Oui,
Bon,
par rapport à Marrakech, c'est super en tout cas.
bah
C'est ce
tant
qui nous
mieux,
revient. Ouais, ce que tout le
tant
monde dit.
mieux.
Donc, ça va.
Techniquement, ça va, ça se passe bien avec l'interprétation?
Oui,
Super.
oui, je confirme.
Et ben c'est parfait. C'est parfait. Il y a eu une petite réorganisation, j'étais pas censée être sur ce truc-là ce matin, je crois
Ok.
pas. Ah
Si je
si, en
vois
fait,
ton
si.
nom sur la
Non, non,
liste,
non,
si,
si, c'est bon, c'est bon.
ton
En
nom
fait,
sur la liste.
on a été obligé de réorganiser et s'il nous rejoindra plus tard, il y a eu des petits changements.
Effectivement,
Mais
j'ai le nom de ici sur la liste également, oui.
voilà, elle sera pas là tout de suite parce qu'elle a été mise sur autre chose. Mais
C'est autre chose,
voilà.
d'accord. Ok, ça marche.
Voilà. Et après, on reste Marketplace, on reste sur Women as Investment Champions, hein, c'est ça? C'est ça,
Laisse-moi regarder. Toujours dans le workshop.
c'est ça, hein, l'après-midi, à partir de
Ah,
14h30 chez vous, il me semble.
c'est ça, Women Investment
Voilà.
Champions.
Ok.
C'est
Mais
ça,
c'est là-dessus que je
effectivement.
ne devais pas être et je serai là cet
Oh,
après-midi.
ok, parfait,
On
c'est
va
bien ça.
s'arranger, t'inquiète. Merci
Ça
Olivier.
marche. Allez, à toutes.
À
Merci.
la plus tard. Merci, bye.
Bonjour Larbi, vous m'entendez? Hello Larbi, vous m'entendez? Moi non. Je vois votre micro ouvert, mais je ne vous entends pas. Je suis bien sur les canaux français. Oui, mais je ne vous entends pas.
Ah non plus, je n'entends pas Olivier.
Pardon? Tu dis quoi, Oriane? Tu es allé sur le canal anglais. Oh, tu reviens sur
Je-
le français. D'accord, attends, je reviens sur le français. Bon, je pars sur le français alors. On va sur le français.
Ok, je disais,
Je suis sur le canal. Effectivement, je l'entends pas, ouais. Micro ouvert, mais je l'entends pas. Donc, je vais essayer de le joindre sur WhatsApp. Salut, on est là. Tu vas bien, j'espère. On est là? Est-ce que vous m'entendez là, Bi? Est-ce que vous m'entendez là maintenant? Je ne vais pas dans la cabine d'abord, je vais tester le son. Non, je vous ai toujours pas, je ne vous entends pas. Est-ce que vous pouvez retirer le casque si vous avez un casque? On va déjà essayer de situer un peu le problème. Vous pouvez parler directement via l'ordinateur ou l'iPad. Allez-y, oui. J'ai entendu quelque chose.
Olivier, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, là je vous entends, oui. Là je vous entends. Vous-
Olivier, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Je vous entends, mais le son n'est pas bon.
Attendez, je remets le casque.
Ok, allez-y,
Est-ce que
remettez
vous,
le casque.
est-ce que vous m'entendez maintenant?
Continuez de parler, continuez, continuez.
Oui, oui, je suis en train de vous
Oui,
parler.
vous entendez
M'entendez-vous?
oui, je vous entends, vous me parlez là présentement, je vous entends. Oui, très bien. Ok.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Oui, je vous entends très bien. Ok,
Ouais, bah, tant mieux,
d'accord,
voilà, le
super. Non,
problème est résolu.
je vous remets en cabine rapidement et on fait un dernier test, s'il vous plaît.
D'accord, d'accord,
Bon, je vous remets la cabine française. Voilà.
d'accord.
Voilà, vous êtes en cabine, allez-y, parlez-moi. Voilà, là, je vous entends. Super, c'est bon. Je vous entends très bien. Merci à vous. Vous pareillement, merci, c'est gentil, merci bien. Au plaisir, merci. Chers collègues interprètes, Collins et Larbi, je vous demanderai de partir plutôt sur la salle royale si vous avez le lien. Je crois que là, il y a eu des changements. Collins, Larbi, vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui, Olivier, oui, 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 je rentre tout de suite. Merci.
Ouais, Collins, tu m'as entendu? D'accord, d'accord, ça marche. Merci. Bonne journée, merci.
not bankable. I'm glad it's changing. This stereotyping has to be stopped that women are not bankable. We are bankable if you're given a chance.
Apiculture Ventures is one of the fastest growing businesses in Kenya's beekeeping sector. The company recently tripled its turnover of honey product sales and scaled up its beekeeper network from 1,200 farmers to more than 10,000 bee farmers today. Company founder Pauline Otila says access to finance helped her break through in Kenya's male-dominated beekeeping business.
I'd visited about 3 banks and I was turned down. Eventually, I was able to get a bank that is looking out at supporting women. So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production, and other hive products.
The loan Pauline Otila received is backed by the African Development Bank Group's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. This program is part of the bank's mission to reduce the nearly $50 billion financing gap faced by Africa's women entrepreneurs compared to men. Too often, Africa's businesswomen are turned down for loans, falsely perceived as risky investments. Created by African Development Bank President Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the AFAWA initiative is delivering financing into the hands of Africa's women entrepreneurs. So far, AFAWA has mobilized close to $2 billion in financing, disbursed $1 billion through financial institutions across the continent to women-led small and medium enterprises. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, Françoise Kielende is an emerging services magnate in the country's southeast mining region. Her loan history enabled her to grow her transportation, cleaning, and medical services business. She's now utilizing a $900,000 AFAWA-supported raw bank loan to further develop a medical clinic for local businesses and the population. In Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, entrepreneur Elizabeth Tanu has been hard at work growing her coffee business. More than $400,000 in AFAWA-backed loans helped her buy more coffee beans to meet growing market demand. Back in Kenya, with enhanced access to finance, Pauline Otila's business has soared to new levels. But she's just getting started in building a bee business empire.
I'm passionate about beekeeping, and above all, just looking at this little creature, how much more is it able to give out? Then how much more can I give out as me?
AFAWA, on its way to making $5 billion available in lending to Africa's women entrepreneurs, is just getting started too.
I'm glad it's changing. This stereotyping has to be stopped that women are not bankable. We are bankable if you're given a chance.
Apiculture Ventures is one of the fastest growing businesses in Kenya's beekeeping.
فهمتك اي السي اي السي اي تس السي باش يدير هكا اي السي
I'd visited about 3 banks, and I was turned down. Eventually, I was able to get a bank that is looking out at supporting women. So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production, and other hive products.
The loan Pauline Otila received is backed by the African Development Bank Group's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. This program is part of the bank's mission to reduce the nearly $50 billion financing gap faced by Africa's women entrepreneurs compared to men. Too often, Africa's businesswomen are turned down for loans, falsely perceived as risky investments. Created by African Development Bank President Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the AFAWA initiative is delivering financing into the hands of Africa's women entrepreneurs. So far, AFAWA has mobilized close to $2 billion in financing, disbursed $1 billion through financial institutions across the continent to women-led small and medium enterprises. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, Françoise Kielende is an emerging services magnate in the country's southeast mining region. Her loan history enabled her to grow her transportation, cleaning, and medical services business. She's now utilizing a $900,000 AFAWA-supported raw bank loan to further develop a medical clinic for local businesses and the population. In Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, entrepreneur Elizabeth Tanu has been hard at work growing her coffee business. More than $400,000 in AFAWA-backed loans helped her buy more coffee beans to meet growing market demand. Back in Kenya, with enhanced access to finance, Pauline Otila's business has soared to new levels. But she's just getting started in building a bee business empire.
I'm passionate about beekeeping, and above all, just looking at this little creature, how much more is it able to give out? Then how much more can I give out as me?
AFAWA, on its way to making $5 billion available in lending to Africa's women entrepreneurs, is just getting started too.
I'm glad it's changing. This stereotyping has to be stopped that women are not bankable. We are bankable if you're given a chance.
Apiculture Ventures is one of the fastest growing businesses in Kenya's beekeeping sector. The company recently tripled its turnover of honey product sales and scaled up its beekeeper network from 1,200 farmers to more than 10,000 bee farmers today. Company founder Pauline Otila says access to finance helped her break through in Kenya's male-dominated beekeeping business.
I'd visited about 3 banks, and I was turned down. Eventually, I was able to get a bank that is looking out at supporting women. So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production, and other hive products.
The loan Pauline Otila received is backed by the African Development Bank Group's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. This program is part of the bank's mission to reduce the nearly $50 billion financing gap faced by Africa's women entrepreneurs compared to men. Too often, Africa's businesswomen are turned down for loans, falsely perceived as risky investments. Created by African Development Bank President Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the AFAWA initiative is delivering financing into the hands of Africa's women entrepreneurs. So far, AFAWA has mobilized close to $2 billion in financing, disbursed $1 billion through financial institutions across the continent to women-led small and medium enterprises. In the the Democratic Republic of Congo, Françoise Kielende is an emerging services magnate in the country's southeast mining region. Her loan history enabled her to grow her transportation, cleaning, and medical services business. She's now utilizing a $900,000 AFAWA-supported raw bank loan to further develop a medical clinic for local businesses and the population. In Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, entrepreneur Elizabeth Tanu has been hard at work growing her coffee business. More than $400,000 in AFAWA-backed loans helped her buy more coffee beans to meet growing market demand. Back in Kenya, with enhanced access to finance, Pauline Otila's business has soared to new levels. But she's just getting started in building a bee business empire.
I'm passionate about beekeeping, and above all, just looking at this little creature, how much more is it able to give out? Then how much more can I give out as me?
AFAWA, on its way to making $5 billion available in lending to Africa's women entrepreneurs, is just getting started too.
I'm glad it's changing. This stereotyping has to be stopped that women are not bankable. We are bankable if you're given a chance.
Apiculture Ventures is one of the fastest growing businesses in Kenya's beekeeping sector. The company recently tripled its turnover of honey product sales and scaled up its beekeeper network from 1,200 farmers to more than 10,000 bee farmers today. Company founder Pauline Otila says access to finance helped her break through in Kenya's male-dominated beekeeping business.
I'd visited about 3 banks and I was turned down. Eventually, I was able to get a bank that is looking out at supporting women. So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production, and other hive products.
The loan Pauline Otila received is backed by the African Development Bank Group's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. This program is part of the bank's mission to reduce the nearly $50 billion financing gap faced by Africa's women entrepreneurs compared to men. Too often, Africa's businesswomen are turned down for loans, falsely perceived as risky investments. Created by African Development Bank President Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the AFAWA initiative is delivering financing into the hands of Africa's women entrepreneurs. So far, AFAWA has mobilized close to $2 billion in financing, disbursed $1 billion through financial institutions across the continent to women-led small and medium enterprises. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, Françoise Kielende is an emerging services magnate in the country's southeast mining region. Her loan history enabled her to grow her transportation, cleaning, and medical services business. She's now utilizing a $900,000 AFAWA-supported raw bank loan to further develop a medical clinic for local businesses and the population. In Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, entrepreneur Elizabeth Tanu has been hard at work growing her coffee business. More than $400,000 in AFAWA-backed loans helped her buy more coffee beans to meet growing market demand. Back in Kenya, with enhanced access to finance, Pauline Otila's business has soared to new levels. But she's just getting started in building a bee business empire.
I'm passionate about beekeeping, and above all, just looking at this little creature, how much more is it able to give out? Then how much more can I give out as me?
AFAWA, on its way to making $5 billion available in lending to Africa's women entrepreneurs, is just getting started too.
I'm glad it's changing. This stereotyping has to be stopped that women are not bankable. We are bankable if you're given a chance.
Apiculture Ventures is one of the fastest growing businesses in Kenya's beekeeping sector. The company recently tripled its turnover of honey product sales and scaled up its beekeeper network from 1,200 farmers to more than 10,000 bee farmers today. Company founder Pauline Otila says access to finance helped her break through in Kenya's male-dominated beekeeping business.
I'd visited about 3 banks and I was turned down. Eventually, I was able to get a bank that is looking out at supporting women. So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production and other hive products.
The loan Pauline Otila received is backed by the African Development Bank Group's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. This program is part of the bank's mission to reduce the nearly $50 billion financing gap faced by Africa's women entrepreneurs compared to men. Too often, Africa's businesswomen are turned down for loans, falsely perceived as risky investments. Created by African Development Bank President Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the AFAWA initiative is delivering financing into the hands of Africa's women entrepreneurs. So far, AFAWA has mobilized close to $2 billion in financing, dispersed $1 billion through financial institutions across the continent to women-led small and medium enterprises. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, Françoise Kielende is an emerging services magnate in the country's southeast mining region. Her loan history enabled her to grow her transportation, cleaning, and medical services business. She's now utilizing a $900,000 AFAWA-supported raw bank loan to further develop a medical clinic for local businesses and the population. In Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, entrepreneur Elizabeth Tanu has been hard at work growing her coffee business. More than $400,000 in AFAWA-backed loans helped her buy more coffee beans to meet growing market demand. Back in Kenya, with enhanced access to finance, Pauline Otila's business has soared to new levels. But she's just getting started in building a bee business empire.
I'm passionate about beekeeping, and above all, just looking at this little creature, how much more is it able to give out? Then how much more can I give out as me?
AFAWA, on its way to making $5 billion available in lending to Africa's women entrepreneurs, is just getting started too.
I'm glad it's changing. This stereotyping has to be stopped that women are not bankable. We are bankable if you're given a chance.
Apiculture Ventures is one of the fastest growing businesses in Kenya's beekeeping sector. The company recently tripled its turnover of honey product sales and scaled up its beekeeper network from 1,200 farmers to more than 10,000 bee farmers today. Company founder Pauline Otila says access to finance helped her break through in Kenya's male-dominated beekeeping business.
I'd visited about 3 banks and I was turned down. Eventually, I was able to get a bank that is looking out at supporting women. So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production in other hive products.
The loan Pauline Otila received, backed by the African Development Bank Group's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. This program is part of the bank's mission to reduce the nearly $50 billion financing gap faced by Africa's women entrepreneurs compared to men. Too often, Africa's businesswomen are turned down for loans, falsely perceived as risky investments. Created by African Development Bank President Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the AFAWA initiative is delivering financing into the hands of Africa's women entrepreneurs. So far, AFAWA has mobilized close to $2 billion in financing, disbursed $1 billion through financial institutions across the continent to women-led small and medium enterprises. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, Françoise Kielende is an emerging services magnate in the country's southeast mining region. Her loan history enabled her to grow her transportation, cleaning, and medical services business. She's now utilizing a $900,000 AFAWA-supported raw bank loan to further develop a medical clinic for local businesses and the population. In Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, entrepreneur Elizabeth Tanu has been hard at work growing her coffee business. More than $400,000 in AFAWA-backed loans helped her buy more coffee beans to meet growing market demand.
And above all, just looking at this little creature, how much more is it able to give out? Then how much more can I give out as me?
AFAWA, on its way to making $5 billion available in lending to Africa's women entrepreneurs, is just getting started too.
I'm glad it's changing. This stereotyping has to be stopped that women are not bankable. We are bankable if you're given a chance.
Apiculture Ventures is one of the fastest growing businesses in Kenya's beekeeping sector. The company recently tripled its turnover of honey product sales and scaled up its beekeeper network from 1,200 farmers to more than 10,000 bee farmers today. Company founder Pauline Otila says access to finance helped her break through in Kenya's male-dominated beekeeping business.
I'd visited about 3 banks and I was turned down. Eventually, I was able to get a bank that is looking out at supporting women. So when I got the financing, it was a game changer for me. I was able to reach many more farmers, and that actually meant more beehives, more honey production in other hive products.
The loan Pauline Otila received is backed by the African Development Bank Group's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative. This program is part of the bank's mission to reduce the nearly $50 billion financing gap faced by Africa's women entrepreneurs compared to men. Too often, Africa's businesswomen are turned down for loans, falsely perceived as risky investments. Created by African Development Bank President Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the AFAWA initiative is delivering financing into the hands of Africa's women entrepreneurs. So far, AFAWA has mobilized close to $2 billion in financing, disbursed $1 billion through financial institutions across the continent to women-led small and medium enterprises. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, Françoise Kielende is an emerging services magnate in the country's southeast mining region. Her loan history enabled her to grow her transportation, cleaning, and medical services business. She's now utilizing a $900,000 AFAWA-supported raw bank loan to further develop a medical clinic for local businesses and the population. In Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, entrepreneur Elizabeth Tanu has been hard at work growing her coffee business. More than $400,000 in AFAWA-backed loans helped her buy more coffee beans to meet growing market demand. Back in Kenya, with enhanced access to finance, Pauline Otila's business has soared to new levels. But she's just getting started in building a bee business empire.
I'm passionate about beekeeping, and above all,
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, and welcome to Empowering Women in Business, a catalyst for investing in hashtag the Africa we want. Welcome to a signature event for the 2024 Africa Investment Forum, right here in the vibrant and ever-evolving city of Rabat. So, how about we start with a little energy after this amazing lunch that we all had? So, if you're ready for an afternoon with inspiration, impactful conversations, actionable insights, I would like you to do something to show your enthusiasm by either clapping your hands, you can raise them, you can stand, you can say yes, we are ready, or basically everything or anything that is in your mind. On the count of three. So are you ready to empowering women in business? 1, 2, 3.
More, even more. Yes, that's what we're talking about. How amazing. So let's make today unforgettable, ladies and gentlemen. So before we dive in, let's take a moment, please, to shine a spotlight on the powerhouse organizations driving this transformative initiative. First, the African Development Bank Group, a beacon of progress across the continent. Then, the brilliant minds behind the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, working tirelessly, I've seen them, to unlock opportunities for women entrepreneurs. And of course, the Africa Investment Forum, our go-to platform for accelerating Africa's growth story. A special shout out also to the African Guarantee Fund for their innovative solutions, making finance not just accessible, but truly impactful for women leaders. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us show our gratitude with a resounding round of applause for all of them. They are here in this room. So let's get straight to it now. Kicking off today's event is someone who embodies the spirits of resilience and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Bola Bade, founder and CEO of Susu, supported by Django Capital. Please, a warm welcome for her.
This is Fatiu. Like 40% of African adults, he suffered from hypertension. And because of this, he was not eligible for health insurance. Without access to medical care, he lost 10 years of life expectancy. Hi, my name is Bola, and Fatiu was my father. I lived in Europe, far away from him, and when he became sick, I felt powerless to help him. His sudden death at 65 was the spark that launched Susu. There are hundreds of millions of Africans in similar situations. The current system excludes vulnerable patients like the elderly, chronic patients, and pregnant women, leaving just 3% of the population with access to health insurance. On top of that, these vulnerable patients end up dealing with their conditions alone. They don't get information about their illness and what to do to improve their health. No one monitors their condition, and no one makes sure they receive the right treatment over time. The paradox is that money to fix this is there, as Africans abroad like myself sent $20 billion each year to finance healthcare for their loved ones. But simply sending money is not enough. It is wasted in remittance fees. The senders are sending money blindly. They don't know if it's paying for the right treatment or genuine medicine. They don't even know if it's actually paying for healthcare. And that's where we come in. We provide a simple system to turn those $20 billion into effective healthcare for the people who need it. We offer a combination of healthcare insurance and healthcare packages that can be financed by family and relatives everywhere in the world. And our services are operated by more than 1,000 healthcare professionals that are members of our network. Our care packages are the best alternative to insurance for vulnerable patients, as it helps them deal with conditions like diabetes, hypertension, and pregnancy. They are designed with medical experts and consist of a tailored medical program and personalized follow-up on the phone, through our apps, or at home. The goal is to durably improve the healthcare of the beneficiaries. We believe that tech is at the core part of providing a better healthcare experience, and that's why we have built a complete digital platform that is at the core of our service. It connects the beneficiaries, the payers, and the healthcare professionals. In terms of traction, we triple our revenue each year and currently generate $3 million in euros in revenue. To date, we have more than 7,000 beneficiaries and 20,000 paying clients. We also have major partnership, obviously, with insurance providers and major payment providers. With my co-founder, Laurent, I lead a team of 70 passionates between France, Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Senegal, and DRC. And as a member of the African diaspora myself, I know the problem intimately. We are building accessible and affordable healthcare for 1.5 billion Africans and are backed by top-tier investors like the Jumbo Fund that is financed by the African Development Bank and the World Bank. Come join us.
Haven't you been inspired by Bola? I'm pretty sure
Thank you. We have, at some point, all of us have been facing some issues like this one, like family relatives confronted to health issues and with no access to healthcare. But she decided to act on it. So congratulations to you, and may all the best happen to you. Thanks to Afawa also. Thank you so much. Really inspiring. It is my honor to introduce now Amina Benjelloul. She's advisor to Morocco's Minister of Economy and Finance, Nadia Feta Alawi, that has been, as you all know, champion for innovation and opportunity. So she will share the insight on the economic impact of empowering women entrepreneurs. Please welcome her. Amina Benjelloul. On behalf of the Minister. Thank you.
First of all, welcome to Morocco, welcome to Rabat. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Madam Minister of Economy and Finance. As you said, she has been retained in Parliament for the vote of the budget law, actually. And please allow me to read her speech on her behalf. It is with deep gratitude that I address the African Development Bank today, a partner whose excellence and exemplarity transcend our traditional relations. Let me first applaud His Excellency Dr. Adesina, the President of the African Development Bank, for his leadership on this agenda and his commitment towards enhancing gender equality and women's empowerment in Africa. Indeed, the African Development Bank, as you know, was one of the leading multilateral financial institutions that made the empowerment of women and, in general, gender equality central to its activities. And today, I would like to commend its innovative AFAWA initiative, which goes far beyond a simple program. This platform constitutes a transformative movement, redefining the role of women as essential actors in Africa's prosperity and development. Then my intervention today is not just a formal speech, but rather an appeal for increased awareness, actually. We are addressing a fundamental theme that will shape not only the present, but the entire future of our nations. Strengthening the economic contributions of women entrepreneurs represents an essential strategic lever. Our mission today is clear: to join forces to reveal, amplify, and promote the female entrepreneurial talents that abound in each of our countries. And then it's no longer just about integrating women into the economic system, but recognizing them as essential actors, capable of building resilient, inclusive, and truly prosperous African economies alongside their male counterparts. Ladies and gentlemen, our continent is at a turning point in its development, facing unprecedented economic, social, and environmental changes. Then it is now crucial to strategically leverage both our natural and human resources, placing the involvement of women at the heart of this transformative dynamic. The figures are eloquent and undeniable. For example, the 2019 McKinsey report reveals that reducing gender inequality could boost African GDP by 10% to 34%. Then you can imagine a vast, untapped potential for points of growth, just waiting for our ability to break down barriers to female talents. However, the current reality cruelly contrasts with this potential. The recent report of the African Development Bank, published in November 2024, is unequivocal. African women only have access to half the opportunities offered to men: unemployment, precariousness, financial exclusions, so many barriers that hinder their tremendous entrepreneurial momentum. Indeed, our territories are overflowing with women possessing unwavering determination. In Africa, nearly 1 in 4 women creates or runs a business, making our continent one of the most dynamic in the world. However, how many of these entrepreneurs act out of necessity rather than opportunity? And beyond restrictive social norms, they must face profound and complex challenges: limited access to educations, skills, digital technologies, markets, and above all, financing, because funding truly represents a critical point of entrepreneurship. And aware of this, many African countries have recently developed innovative strategies. Specific financing programs are emerging, supported by institutions as AFAWA, which offer new guarantee mechanisms to support businesses led by women. And this dynamic reflects a collective awareness. The economic empowerment of women is not a social objective, but an economic imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco, under the avant-garde vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has undertaken a profound societal transformation. Women's cause has been placed at the forefront of institutional policies in Morocco, leading a remarkable process of modernization of the Moroccan women's status, in particular through the amendment of the Constitution of the Kingdom, the promulgation of the Family Code, which is today under revision, and the modernization of other laws. To achieve this ambition, Morocco is deploying multidimensional strategies to promote female entrepreneurship. We have first a new investment charter, now conditions certain bonuses on the criterion of women's employment, transforming financial incentives into a real tool for inclusion. At the same time, the National Financial Inclusion Strategy explicitly integrates the gender dimension through actions designed to promote access to conventional and innovative financing for urban and rural women. The government also launched in 2022 the Gender Lens initiative, in virtue of which financial products for women have been put in place, and in particular, what we call the Ilaiki Invest mechanism in Morocco, which offers a joint financing with banks covering up to 40% of the cost of projects led by women. This Gender Lens initiative provided also a technical support, including training, coaching, mentoring, and also networking to help women develop and sustain their businesses. But I say, despite these promising advances, the road remains long. Inequalities persist, crystallized by eloquent figures. Today in Morocco, only 19.2% of female participation in the workforce in the third quarter of 2024. But these statistics are not inevitable, but rather opportunities for transformation. And in this context, a national consultation has been launched in 2023 at the Ministry of Economy and Finance with the World Bank. And the objective was to establish an ambitious roadmap for the period 2024-2026 at the short term, and then after 2026-2030 in medium and long-term roadmap, which help actually to drive and structure efforts in favor of the economic inclusion of women. And our chosen strategy is structured around 4 priority axes. 1, financial inclusion. 2nd, improvement of working conditions. 3rd, transportation and mobility of women. And 4th, development of childcare services. Ladies and gentlemen, female entrepreneurship in Morocco today is much more than a simple aspiration. It is a reality in motion, a profound transformation of our economic and social fabric. Today, with 16% of formal businesses run by women, we are observing a dynamic that brings hope and promise. Legal and institutional reforms have contributed significantly to this development by facilitating access to financing, simplifying administrative procedures, and creating targeted support programs, by promoting self-entrepreneurship also, actually. But there is still again a long way to go. More complex access to credit and the challenges of balancing work and personal life. And each new successful entrepreneur becomes a role model, breaking down barriers and redrawing the contours of our society. Then it is time for transformation. Today, we are gathered here. Thank you, Afawa, for gathering us. Representative of ministries, public institutions, private sector, civil society, multinational institutions, to address a crucial challenge, unleashing the entrepreneurial potential of African women. Supported by our international partners, we must orchestrate a collective and bold response. And in this dynamic of change, the African Development Bank is emerging as a key strategic player. Its role as a catalyst is essential for building ecosystems conducive to female entrepreneurship by acting on several fundamental levels. Then we must ensure the full protection of women's rights and combat all forms of gender discrimination. This legal and ethical foundation is essential to create a fair environment where talent and ambition can flourish freely. Then first, the protection of women's rights and fighting any forms of gender discrimination. Second, it is crucial to invest massively in human capital through targeted and innovating training, business management, digital technologies, development of entrepreneurial skills, and financial education. The objective is to prepare a generation of women entrepreneurs capable of creating high value-added companies. Third, connection and mutual support should be our other axis of transformation. By promoting networking and mentoring, we will create dynamic communities where new and experienced women entrepreneurs can exchange, inspire, and strengthen each other. And fourth, financial inclusion also represents a strategic lever by facilitating access to digital technologies, innovative financial products, and alternative sources of financing. Ladies and gentlemen, our collective ambition find its power, it's in the consolidation of the South-South partnerships, and Morocco, faithful to its continental vocation, is fully committed to this approach. We are convinced that it is together, through collaboration and solidarity, that we will transform this vision into concrete reality. I renew my warm thanks to the organizers of this meeting. May our work bring hope and transformation to African female entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I feel like today is all about being inspired by the stories that are shared with us. We had Bola first, then Morocco's story, how Morocco is inspiring women and empowering women to be better entrepreneurs. And now let's shift our attention to the private sector. And we are honored to have two exceptional leaders sharing their insight. And it will be a conversation, a discussion. And to guide this discussion, please welcome the brilliant Melissa Bell. Do I have to introduce her again? She's senior Paris correspondent for CNN, and she will facilitate this session. Please welcome Melissa Bell. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. We're delighted now to be able to turn to something much more concrete as we look at what FAWA tries to do for women on the African continent, and that is how private capital can be unlocked to help women entrepreneurs specifically. And I'm really delighted to call to the stage two key actors in that field, one from the world of banking, the other from the world of reinsurance, who are going to be able to tell us more about exactly how that potential can be unlocked. Please do join me. Boitu Bello, Mosako, sorry, and Eric Gumbo, please. Thank you. We're really happy to be able to speak to you about exactly what it is you do and how this financing, key financing for women entrepreneurs can be unlocked. Because we don't have much time, I'd like to get through this relatively quickly. If I could start maybe by asking both of you, Boitumelo, first of all, with regard to the Development Bank of Southern Africa, a little bit about the financial instruments, what it is you do to be able to help women specifically with climate-friendly initiatives and what your banking sector can do to help them. And then Eric Gumbo, I'll get you to speak to the world of reinsurance and what kind of leverage you can bring to these financing possibilities for women who are seeking to set up their climate-friendly initiatives. To each of you.
Great, thank you. This is going to be a quick one because I can see at the speed at which you
have a certain pace to keep.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for your advocacy for women empowerment across the continent. Is very inspirational. When it comes to the Development Bank of Southern Africa, we offer products across the infrastructure value chain. Firstly, we plan, we prepare projects, we fund, we build, and we also maintain. And in all, and along the value chain, there are specific facilities that we offer for women. For instance, in our project preparation facilities, we have the climate finance facility that we have secured, which is a first loss facility that we secured from the Green Climate Fund, and it's one-to-one with the DBSA that actually offers the opportunity to actually fund clean energy, for instance, projects that are led by by women. Secondly, we also have equity finance that we offer, and as an institution, we've been very intentional about it. In that we do not only we've allocated capital to say, we're allocating this capital that can also be leveraged to support women specific projects. We have a senior debt product as well for women. And on the build side, because that's where we actually support specific projects, that's where we then have working capital facilities to actually support women who are implementing projects, on the build side. And we also have the maintenance product. So across the value chain, there is a deliberate, intentional act to support women.
Deliberate and very concrete.
It's very concrete, very intentional. I mean, even as an institution, because we procure a lot of, in the built environment, we procure a lot of, construction companies to actually implement infrastructure on our behalf. We even have a target in our own scorecard as an organization to say at least more than 50% of what we procure must come from women-owned companies. So it's not pure talk, it's action, it's intentional, it's deliberate.
And it's making a difference. Eric Gumber, to you. What is the role of a reinsurance company like yours, and how can you help, and how do you help in those sorts of concrete actions?
So thank you very much for first the opportunity to be able to share as a person who's been in the insurance space, but secondly, to also give me an opportunity as a man who has also worked with ladies, and so therefore able to share from a personal experience, of just the difference that the ladies make in the leadership spaces that they occupy. So back to the insurance component, insurance should be looked at really as an enabler for, achieving commercial or financial resilience. It does that in a number of ways. One, insurance helps to take away the risk that any private investor would want to have, or as a concern that may be there before a private investor puts their money or their resources into any business. It also, as risk mitigating measure, helps in stabilizing, the market, the environment in which we operate. Once that stability is achieved, then there's an opportunity to have a fair engagement, a fair opportunity for people to be able to say, look, can we negotiate better terms? As opposed to a situation where you have risks that have been, experienced previously. When you come in and you say that risk has been taken away, and so therefore the environment has been stabilized, we would be in a better place to be able to negotiate. And in the context of, say, women entrepreneurs, we'll be saying, it is not every day that you have them getting into ventures that would fit into the traditional forms of financing. If we look at, say, agriculture, how do we help? And statistics show that women take a much greater role in agriculture than we possibly understand. How do we get to leverage them so that then they don't participate in agriculture from a primary perspective or from a farm gate perspective? How do we help them to get into the secondary conversation around value addition, for instance? So if we are to get into that space, the conversation should be a little different. We cannot use the traditional forms of financing, the traditional forms of solutions like asset financing and that sort of a thing, to be able to provide effective solutions or effective and pragmatic, progressive ways of dealing with, our ladies or our women as entrepreneurs. Now, how do we leverage that? We leverage that through a number of options. One could be defining or coming up with an innovative insurance, product. We would say, for instance, let's have a crop insurance product. A crop insurance product should not be looked at in the same manner in which any other business person would be looking at insuring their product. Because one, as a farmer, I would not expect to get my resources throughout the entirety of of the year. My resources will come at the point at which I do my harvesting. Is it possible to have a conversation that would enable me to have the payments that are due from me at that level of, at that point of harvesting? Now, that is one way of looking at it at slightly micro level. At a macro level, we have bigger conversation around, say, renewable energy. If we were to come into the space of talking about renewable energy, if we used the old or traditional approaches that we have, would we have a solution that would fit, for instance, into somebody or a lady or a team of ladies who lead an organization that wants to go into a big solar project? Would that necessarily fit in the context of a startup? Perhaps not. So that those would be two ways. The third way then is to invite us to always continuously have these sort of conversations, so that then whatever innovative idea comes up, we don't try and fix it within the existing confines of the market. We should be able to have a conversation to say, I'm dealing with, for instance, waste management. I'm dealing with say organic fertilizer, for instance. It has its impacts both in the immediate and even the future sense. How do we have a conversation that is innovative and accommodating in that space?
That's fascinating. And of course, it takes the stability that you spoke of to begin with, Eric Gumbo, to allow that innovative approach to all of these ideas that come from women specifically. Boitumelo, back to you. How do you, as a bank, when you're looking at these initiatives, looking at these possibilities, function within the governmental regional priorities with regard to climate change, for instance? How does your bank decide what to invest in and how?
As a national development bank that has MDB capabilities, like I always say, because we do not only operate in South Africa, we operate in sub-Saharan Africa. So our aim is to ensure that we support South Africa and the nations where we serve in terms of meeting their NDCs and SDGs.
So you're working very closely with them all the time.
Yes, definitely. I mean, when you look at, first of all, the investment programs that we have developed in South Africa aligned to climate change, which is the renewable energy independent power producer program, the storage, battery storage program, the water reuse program, the embedded generation program, so these are all the programs that we have developed as an institution, not only for our own investment, but to also enable private sector in investment, because we are of the view that as a development finance institution, you must be a market maker. So you actually need to ensure that in building these programs, you standardize, you standardize the processes, you standardize the documentation, and you just ensure that you create an enabling environment for private sector to then participate. So we really, support those elements. I mean, including the One Border Post program as well. So there's many housing programs that we develop so that we can invest, private sector, public sector can invest, at scale, because the need, as you know, is quite vast. And while we do this, let me mention that we have made sure that when it comes to issues around gender, we even have that embedded in our own investment, investment processes. I mean, every time a due diligence is done, we have a gender expert that actually looks at all the aspects that impact women, whether it's at ownership level, at implementation level. So all of those elements are actually taken into consideration. So gender mainstreaming is actually, imbibed in our investment processes.
And therefore at the heart of all your decisions.
Exactly.
Eric Gumbo, if you would give us some examples of that risk-sharing model that you mentioned earlier that have helped women initiatives with specific reference to climate-friendly initiatives on their behalf. Some of those risk-sharing models.
Okay. Maybe the starting point is to appreciate that when we talk about risk-sharing models, we must acknowledge that from the private sector, and so therefore private capital, they are driven by profit. The other hand, that is the public sector, development financial institutions are largely driven by impact. So how then do we marry impact to profit? It is by ensuring that those who want to drive impact as an objective then take what would otherwise be the great risk that would scare away the private investor who's meant to be getting into that space because of profit. So how then do we achieve that? It could be through blended finance. It could be in saying, as the DFI, as a public, would you come in to take the first risk of loss, so that then as I come in, or as any other person comes in with private capital, they're then comfortable to be able to participate in the venture without any fear. Now, number two, we could look at PPPs. How do we work together to be able to conceptualize ideas that have both a public component and a private component in a way that first has impact, two, gives the boldness of those who are willing to put in their money to, for lack of a better word, put it where their mouths are. Because like we earlier on had, it is not because of the lack of funds. The funds are available. It is only that people are saying, give us a good environment and we'll be able to put in whatever funds we want. And while at it, we then ask ourselves, how do we achieve that? We should be able to look at, on the one hand, when we have a forum like this, are we able to draw a distinction between, for instance, startups and those who are going to do, macro business at a big level? Would we have the same platform expecting to get the same objectives out of it? Perhaps not. We should be able to say that on this occasion, we want to support the startups. So it then becomes a question of, for us to come up with a solution that fits your situation, what are your pain points? Similarly, in a different forum, would be saying, now that you are, like I gave the example of, say, renewable energy, you want to get into renewable energy. How do we support you to be able to get into that space? How do we, for instance, leverage on technology to be able to have, as opposed to having very small steps, take one big step which has scale? Just borrowing from examples of what we've seen back, say, in our market in Kenya, we've seen a lot of partnerships coming up between banks. We have one of banks called Equity Bank. They have a product called Equitel. We have a number of other financial institutions who have come up with products based on technology and which therefore drive scale. If we approached that model and looked at them a little differently, so that one size does not always fit all, we are likely to achieve a much greater impact.
It's fascinating, and it leads me to that question of scale that you mentioned. Leads me nicely onto you, Bridgman. The question of what more, or how banks like yours could be helped in scaling up that private investment and the kind of initiatives we're talking about here today.
No, I think. And I'm going to bring it back to the issue of women. There is no scale without women, and we will not achieve net zero targets without women involvement. Whether it's climate, whether it's investment, the advantage is women. And I mean, as the numbers speak for themselves, when you get women involved in the economy, you will definitely get that exponential impact, that we so desire. So I think any aspiration, that doesn't involve women is pure foolishness. So when we look at it, as an institution, it's really all about capital, right? Mm-hmm. How we leverage the capital that we have, how we leverage the partnerships that I mean, when you look at the Africa Investment Forum, we leveraging innovative partnerships for scale and with the partnerships, that we have, how do we then use that to actually ensure that we support the initiatives that we have, and we drive gender lens, financing as part of that. So in the capital that we raise, whether it's climate finance, whether it's sustainability finance, we have to make sure that in the capital that we raise, there is definitely, a deliberate act to ensure that we have women participating in those investment programs. And like he was saying as well, it's not just the financing aspects as well, it's the technical support that we have to provide through project preparation. What is it that you need for us to make it, to make the transaction work? In leveraging our partnerships, there are partners that offer grants, there are partners that offer concessional funding. How do we make it work for you? And that is our role that we play. We bring the grants, we bring the concession funding, we bring the project preparation funding, we bring the equity, and we say, let's make it work. And I think that is something that we all have to be intentional about in our institutions. Thank you.
And I think very much from what I've read of our work, what we see is that the more women are given, the more women are given the possibilities, the more they prove themselves to be the safe bets. Erica, with the last word to you, because we're running out of time. What greater role, what more by insurance companies, for instance, like yours?
Yeah, thank you. Let me join Boitumelo past in saying that it is now commonplace. It is a common understanding that we cannot succeed by leaving or attempting to leave the women out of the conversation in terms of progress. We've seen that at very, very many levels. So again, to join in the conversation around being deliberate, how do we achieve that? It is through having deliberate policies. In other jurisdictions, talking for instance, my country, Kenya, in our constitution now we have gender balance as a topical constitutional conversation. It means that in all appointments, in all spheres of life, we must be able to involve women as a matter of policy. In other places, even in the private sector, you have a conversation over a partnership. They first ask you the question, so we've seen the profile of your institution. How many women do you bring on board? How many men do you bring on board? Once we have that, the second thing is about capacity building. How do we then leverage on the fact of the emerging areas, for instance, to capacity build? The insurance companies, the financial companies, together with the actors in those spaces, should be able to come up with solutions that are aimed at building our capacities. Borrowing from, for instance, the COP29 just last week. Up to last week, we had not gotten sufficient carbon credit calculation framework. Now, that is obviously not an easy conversation. How do we be able to demystify it so that then with that sort of demystification, we can be able to progress together? I think that is the direction we need to take.
Eric, thank you very much indeed for your insights. We're so grateful to you both for your insights on these important questions and the concrete actions that are taken. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Oh, Eleni Jokos, my colleague at CNN, I meant to say how delighted we are, CNN is to be a partner of this very important forum, but also this particular event of ours. Eleni Jokos.
You guys can do better than that. How about a little statistic to get you guys going? It makes sense to invest in women because women pay their debts. The data says it. It is absolutely clear. Women do not default like men do. We need a round of applause for that. And I echo Melissa's gratitude for us being here. And Boitumelo, you're a rock star. I enjoyed it so much. She is, isn't she? Our other rock star who champions investing in women, the one and only president of the African Development Bank, Akimumi Adesina, who's going to come and speak to us. So, round of applause. You guys can, yeah? The energy, guys.
Thank you very much, Eleni. And I was just saying to Buchimelo that when you said that women pay back and the men don't pay back, I want to say that I agree with you, because 98% of women pay back their loans. I think the remaining 2% are not paid back. Maybe on their way, their men say, "No, you don't have to pay everything." Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted that we are gathered here today for the inaugural participation of the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, FAWA, at the Africa Investment Forum. I'm so thrilled and I'm so delighted. Under the theme, Empowering Women in Business, a catalyst for investing in Africa we want. That's the Africa we want, where women actually have access to the resources that they need to be able to excel. And in fact, at the African Development Bank, I got influenced by a particular situation to design a FAWA. And it happened to me in 1992. I was on a flight to Lagos, and coming back from Lagos, we have on the flight a lot of women traders, you know. All across Africa, you have a lot of women trading. And they were all trading pine, you know, how do you call it in English? African prints, you know. And they got on the plane. In those days, planes used to be called AIF. And Yasin Fowl's father used to run AIF at that time. And I got on the plane, and they're all these market women. They all had baskets on their heads, and they have clothes in it. And all I had was one piece of luggage. And that piece of luggage was a compact computer. You remember compact computers in those days was a little thing like a suitcase that you picked up. And I was struggling to find a place to put all these things. There was no space. And the hostess came and said, "Can I help you?" I said, "I'm looking for a place to put my luggage." He said, "If you look on this plane, everywhere you have market women, they have baskets on their head, everything like that, and so on." He said, "Please don't bother them. They may not look to you as if they are educated people, but let me ask you a question. How many times do you fly this plane per week?" I said, "Oh, I don't know. It depends on where my work takes me, maybe a couple of months." So they fly this plane twice a day to come to Lagos. I mean, from Lagos to Abidjan and to go back. And so therefore, please give me your luggage and make room for the women. And they put my luggage in the hole downstairs. I had to struggle to get it back. So when I became president of the bank, I said, look, we have to make sure that those women get the financing they need to be able to thrive in their businesses. And at the African Development Bank today, we have gender marked all of our operations, 100%. You can't get anything done at the African Development Bank if you are not paying attention to how those projects will impact directly or indirectly. In fact, we want more direct on women. And so one of the initiatives that we have, therefore, is this AFAWA. And that AFAWA has grown to the level that it is today, to be at the African Investment Forum, to see all of you here. It's an extraordinary achievement in a very short period of time. Well done to everybody. But there are two people that actually have been in the trenches, helping to really move this forward, maybe three people. One is my vice president. She's not here, Beth Dunford. She's gone to one session. But also we have the coordinator, Melissa Basque-Rose. Melissa, please rise. Don't be shy. It's okay. But the key for getting this to work with banks has been and continues to be the African Guarantee Fund. And we have Mr. Jules Ngankam, please. And I don't know how you organized this. I think you had a strategy in mind, because today is also your birthday. So happy birthday to you, and what a way to celebrate your birthday on an AFAWA Day at the African Investment Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, women are the lifeline of economies of Africa. Across the hustling and the bustling of village markets, towns and city malls and open markets, all you will see are women who form 40% of the micro, small and medium-sized enterprises that make Africans' economies tick. Yet, despite the importance of economists, women entrepreneurs face an annual financing gap of $49 billion US. The International Finance Cooperation analysis shows that women account for less than 10% of venture capital funding and just 5% of private equity investments. The Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, was launched by the African Development Bank to bridge this financing gap for women businesses, with a goal of mobilizing $5 billion for financing for women businesses. And I would like to give a shout out to President Emmanuel Macron, because when I approached President Emmanuel Macron at the G7 summit and I told him what I wanted to do, President Macron was able to help me to get all the G7 leaders together. We were all in a room, and they actually put up $450 million to allow us to set up the guarantee facility that we are using today. So please help me also to thank President Macron for that. We are delighted to be partnering with the African Guarantee Fund, which has deployed guarantee instruments at scale to financial institutions to expand lending to women entrepreneurs. I'm very proud of what the African Development Bank and the African Guarantee Fund have achieved together on the rollout of AFAWA. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of November 2024, AFAWA has approved $2.42 billion for women entrepreneurs in Africa. It has done so working with 185 financial institutions in 44 African countries. I can tell you there's never been anything like AFAWA on our continent. I think we are creating, we're shifting the space in which people can say we can lend to women. If in fact, 98% of them actually pay back their loans on time, what are we de-risking? We probably are de-risking bias against women. That's what we are doing. But I think women actually are bankable, and I think this proves that women in Africa, their businesses are bankable. Approximately $1 billion has already been disbursed for 18,607 women businesses in Africa. At this rate, I am fully confident that AFAWA is well on course to meet its set target to mobilize the $5 billion for women-led and women-owned enterprises in Africa by 2026. AFAWA is expanding opportunities for women and changing lives. Pauline Otila, a founder of Apiculture Ventures in Kenya, is a great example of what the power of AFAWA is today. With $20,000 of AFAWA-backed financing, Pauline multiplied her beekeeping network from 1,200 to 10,000 farmers. Today, Pauline's company serves 25,000 beekeepers across 20 counties in Kenya, selling over 20,000 hives with annual average honey sales topping 7 tons. Take another example. Ebun Feludu of Nigeria, her enterprise is called Kokari Coconuts and Company. Set up in 2016, it's an agro-based enterprise that processes coconuts into lifestyle, premium food, and personal care products. Through a $40,000 AFAWA loan, Ebun expanded her export business to the United States, cementing her impact on the food and well-being and wellness industry. Today, Pauline and Ebun are among the over 18,000 women-led and women-owned businesses that are shaping the economies of Africa thanks to the new financing unlocked for them through AFAWA. By participation of AFAWA at the Africa Investment Forum today, we are amplifying the successes of our women entrepreneurs in Africa. Through this event, we are also demonstrating our own collective commitment to elevate women entrepreneurs, to connect them to investors, and to foster strategic partnerships to help them to thrive. Through the newly established, we've established it at the Africa Investment Forum, it's called Women Entrepreneurs Deal Room. At this forum, women businesses will now have opportunities to secure more financing, from debt to equity, to grow their businesses. I see so many women businesses here today, and I have lights in my eyes, but I can see so many people here today that are supporting women businesses. It is, in fact, a new dawn for women businesses in Africa. Through our power, the financial sun is shining on women businesses today. Women businesses in Africa will never be hidden again from financial industry. Your presence here today with us at this Africa Investment Forum offers you, as investors, unlimited access to Market Day's platform for women, to create lasting partnerships and to encourage policy shifts that will introduce innovative financial products tailored specifically for women-led enterprises. It is time to scale up financing for women in Africa. It is time to unleash the transformative power of women-led and women-owned businesses in Africa. I'd like to commend all the financial institutions that are working with our power for their incredible work and for their efforts. Together, let us boost support for women businesses in Africa. No bird flies with only one wing. Every bird flies with two wings. When Africa flies with those two wings, that's what Beauty Miller would say, Africa's economy will not only thrive and go faster, it will have equitable growth. It will ensure that those investments by those women actually goes into educating their children, in feeding their children, in improving the lives of their families. I think those of us husbands, we can testify to how much we benefit from secondary effects of all of those things. Afawa, let me say to you today, keep up doing your great work. Keep making women businesses winners in Africa. I ask all the investors to join us on this great effort to elevate women businesses. When women businesses win, African economies win. I'd like you to join your hand to the person next to you. Just join your hand to them. They're very nice people around you there. And just repeat after me. Let's elevate women businesses. Women businesses will never be hidden again. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, always incredibly inspiring to hear your stories. You really just, light up the room, and also incredible to hear just how much work the AFDB is doing in investing in women. Something doesn't make sense. If women pay back their debts, the data shows it. Shouldn't everyone be running after women businesses? And so what's the problem? I'm like, there's a disconnect. But anyway, now we are going to go into our next session, where we're going to look at success stories, and we're going to have a bit of a dialogue about how these women broke the barriers and perhaps can make a little bit of sense of what they faced and how they became successful. I'd like to welcome on stage Dipuo Pakati, Chief Executive Officer of DAY Cabinets. Welcome. Adesuwa Okunbo Rhodes, Founder and Managing Partner of Arua Capital Management, and Wendy Taleki, Head of WIFI Secretariat at the World Bank. Please, if you could move one up so I can take a seat next to you. Thank you so much. Hello. So good to have you with us. So good to be able to pick your brains about what it takes and what you've been through. Dipuo, I want to start off with you. I want you to tell me about DAY Cabinets, the factors that contributed to your success, but I think that I want to take a moment to look at the challenges you faced in your journey. I mean, we've touched on so many of those now. We know that it makes financial sense. but yet so many women entrepreneurs just face closed doors a lot of the time. How did you break through those?
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I'm Dipuo Pagati. I own a company called DAY Cabinets. So a bit about my journey, right? I started my business from renovating my own house in 2016. I'm an engineer by profession, but I've always had a passion for interior design and home renovations. In 2017, I won a pitching competition while I was working for corporate. And the prize for that particular competition is that you win 4 months paid leave to focus on your side hustle. So I had been running my side hustle from my home garage with just 2 employees, right? In 2019, I resigned from corporate and ran my business full time. And that's when my business grew and I was able to secure the manufacturing part of my business. So 5 years later, this business, we are offering our clients a turnkey solution of design, manufacturing, and installation of customized kitchen units and built-in cupboards. We have a team of interior designers and carpenters. Some of the key success factors has been the support with regards to the training and development, not only of myself, but of my team. Oftentimes in South Africa, we have a lot of corporates that have budgets in terms of enterprise development, training and developing small enterprises. And some of the challenges that I have faced is that when you're securing funding, right? Remember, as a small business, you don't have the typical resources that the big businesses have. You know, you often run your own marketing, your own operations, your own sales, and all of that. And to secure funding, you have to be very administrative. So to put together a business plan requires a lot of time. So when you are running a small business, it's quite challenging. But also, I mean, this is 5 years later that I've been able to secure funding. Before that,
I mean, this is what I want to know. When you walked in, right, to try and get investors, to try and secure the funding, what were those conversations like? And did you feel that it was difficult? And I wonder if being a woman played a role.
So one of the major challenges is that when you're applying for funding, I had been applying for more than 5 years and only secured it after 5 years. But one of the things is that when you get rejected by the funders, oftentimes they don't respond. So you apply, they don't respond. You know, you move on, you apply for another one. Or if they do respond with a decline, it's it's not often that they come back and say, because of 1, 2, and 3 gaps that we've seen in your business, this is why you didn't make it. So oftentimes we don't get the feedback of why did I not get funding? So we are not able to close those gaps. Those have been some of my challenges.
I mean, that you would call that ghosting, right? They ghosted you. That's what the young kids would say. I mean, that's absolutely awful. Exactly. Okay, so I've got a lot of questions for each of you. I'm going to go through everyone, and then I want to have a bit of a discussion because it seems like we might just have enough time. Adesua, great to have you with us. I mean, you know, the question for you, and I wonder, how difficult, easy is it to get to where you are, to grow your business to the level that you have? Take us through the challenges and the successes and the journey.
Well, thank you very much for having me. So it's definitely been a journey. So I'm Adesua Kumbo Rhodes. I run Arua Capital Management. We're one of the few women-owned private equity funds investing with a gender lens across West Africa, predominantly Nigeria and Ghana. And it took me about 8 years before I raised my first fund. I spun out of a previous fund that I was trying to raise for about 5 years. And then in 2019, I decided to spin out and set up Arua Capital. And the reason for that was really because I saw the gaps in the market where less than 10 funds on the continent were owned and run by a woman. That didn't really make sense to me when we're half of the African population. And I also saw that less than 2% of capital at the time was going to female entrepreneurs. And the research shows that when you have female capital allocators, they're 2 times more likely to invest in female entrepreneurs. and they're 3 times more likely to invest in female CEOs. So it made very clear sense to me that to change the narrative for female entrepreneurs, you really have to start with who's making the investment decisions.
So you're saying the allocators matter.
The allocators matter, and it's really addressing each part of the value chain. So that's where I saw a very clear opportunity. You know, I have about 15 years of experience in investment banking and private equity. I spent time at JP Morgan in London. And I said, well, why can't a Black African woman also be a female capital allocator and maybe one day be running the KKR for Africa? So I set out on this very bold journey to set up my own fund as a solo female GP. I was 29 years old at the time and 5 months pregnant. And then COVID hit as well, just to add all the challenges together. But thankfully, we were able to mobilize local capital from high net worth individuals in Nigeria, in the US and Europe.
Mostly women.
Mostly women, mostly women. About 70% of our first LPs were women. And through the capital that we were able to mobilize, we were able to do our first investments just after COVID. And then we were able to get the attention of the international institutional investors. So in 2021, we got a $4 million anchor investment from Visa Foundation. And when Visa Foundation invested, the floodgates opened. We were able to get MasterCard Foundation as an investor. We were able to get FSD Africa as an investor. And at the end of 2022, we were able to raise an oversubscribed first fund of just over $20 million. And now we've deployed capital into 10 companies in Nigeria and Ghana. 70% of our portfolio is female founded and female led. We're supporting over 100.
What percentage did you say?
70%.
70%.
70% is female founded and female led. We're supporting over 175,000 direct and indirect jobs through the SMEs that we support. And now we're raising our $50 million fund too. We've already got into a first close of just over 20 million. And we're very grateful to a lot of our LPs, some of them in this room, like the Bank of Industry, who's one of our investors. Visa Foundation and MasterCard Foundation have also re-upped. And we hope to be able to do more for the female-led and female-focused SMEs.
So to drive home the point I've been making since I got on stage about the successful, the way that women-led businesses are very successful, and there's no reason to not invest in them.
Yes.
How successful are the women-led businesses in your portfolio versus
so I think we are very much being very intentional to tell that story, that you can invest in a gender lens fund and generate attractive returns and have tangible, measurable impact. So I'm very glad to say that our Fund 1 is a top quartile performer in terms of financial returns. We are also showing very, very tangible impact. We are one of the few funds that have realized DPI on the continent. So I think we are a living, breathing example of trying to showcase that when you invest in women, not only can you generate enhanced returns, but you can also have very tangible social impact. And that's what Dr. Adesina was saying, where women are the backbone of the economy. They are reinvesting 90% of their income into healthcare and education for their children. But at the same time, women in Africa, we have the highest rate of female entrepreneurship in the world. So we are very, very much intentional about telling the stories of African women and showing that intersectionality between financial return and impact. When you have a gender lens investing strategy, they're not mutually exclusive. They actually go hand in hand together very, very well.
Amazing. I'm so inspired. Wendy, you know, one thing that has come up, and also with Eric and Botamelo as well, is capacity building. You know, that's the one thing. I mean, we just heard that creating business plans is actually very tough. You need to, I mean, there's the value chains of things that you need to create to go to an investor to make your case. The World Bank, WeFi, you guys are doing a lot of capacity building. Could you take us through that?
Sure. So first of all, congratulations to both of you. I mean, amazing stories, and you face a lot of headwinds as women in the business world and in the financing world. So it's always incredible to see these success stories. So congratulations. The program I run, the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, was created out of a G20 initiative and works across all of the multilateral development banks to support women entrepreneurs around the world in developing countries. And we've allocated, we have about almost $400 million that we've allocated to programs run by different multilateral development banks. About half of that funding goes to Africa. I think just under half of it is going to the African Development Bank. And we also have funding for Africa that goes to the EBRD, the World Bank, IFC, and the Islamic Development Bank. So we're working really actively across the multilateral development banks to support women entrepreneurs in Africa. And we do quite a number of things. The funds that we allocate can be used for blended finance for investments in banks or in corporations that are doing work with women entrepreneurs. It can also be used, or for example, as like first loss and other different structures that we've been seeing our partners use. It can be used for capacity building. So we have a number of training programs that we've supported around the continent. Skill building is really critical for many women entrepreneurs. We do mentoring programs and coaching programs, things like that. We also, though, do a lot of work with market access. So trying to get women entrepreneurs access to markets like public procurement agencies, supply chains with corporations, and trying to make sure they're building their businesses to the standards that are required for those contracts, and also that they have the skills to grow their business with these types of contracts. So we really work across the full range of the ecosystem, and we're operating now, I think, in about 30 countries in Africa. So we're very, very active. And the African Development Bank has been a key partner of ours. Of course, we fund AFAWA, that's our main partner in African Development Bank, but we also fund the African Digital Finance Initiative, housed at AFDB, to develop new technologies, new fintech technologies that are going to help women entrepreneurs get access to finance. So we're working across these different areas. Some examples, we've worked with, or we've supported AFAWA to work, for example, with FCMB to develop new products and services to reach women entrepreneurs. They've recently approved a program with ABSA in South Africa with a performance incentive that WeFi has funded to develop new products and financing mechanisms for women entrepreneurs. But they're also doing work, and other partners of ours are also doing work to build up the capacity of cooperatives as aggregators and as business entities that are working with women members. So women-led cooperatives are a really important part of what we're doing in terms of trying to build the entrepreneurial ecosystem.
There's a lot to think about there. I mean, one thing that's coming up for me is your experience working with women entrepreneurs, or that have plans and dreams and so forth, but don't have the means and resources to do it. What is their experience when they go to a bank?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are they telling you? What is the feedback?
Yeah, so it's interesting because you hear like the opposite story. You go to a bank and they say, we don't discriminate, we absolutely allow everything, everything is the same, it's equal for men and women. And the banks, don't realize exactly what's going wrong from the customer's perspective. They're not really thinking about the full customer experience. What many women, first of all, won't even go to a bank because they're assuming the bank will not be friendly to them. So even just the approach to a bank can be complicated for a woman who has assumptions about whether or not she's welcome there. Maybe they don't have female loan officers. Maybe they don't have marketing that shows women. Maybe they're not in locations that are really safe or convenient for women to approach. Then they may confront bias when they get to speaking with a loan officer. And sometimes it's unconscious bias. It doesn't need to be, I think we don't very commonly see like overt discrimination or measurable discrimination, but what you see is this unconscious bias where it's assumed that women are riskier. It's assumed that they need more protection. They need their husbands or someone else coming in to sign off for the loan. So the loan officers don't necessarily have the training on unconscious bias and an understanding of how cultural norms affects their understanding of the clients. And we do a lot with the banks to make sure that they really understand those internal issues. They're not just thinking about, oh, do we have a product that works for women, but also, you know, how do our staff show up when they work with women? How do our offices show up when they work with women? So really the internal issues. Do we have leaders that are women in our organizations? So we work with banks on all of those issues, and then also on the products and services and getting the financing out the door to women.
It's perplexing to me. You know, it really is. The stories that you tell me, and I mean, I hear it all the time, that people are just, usually it's unconscious bias. People are not trained. I mean, it's stuff that is fixable. I mean, I wonder if we need to drop pamphlets from the sky to say women pay their debts, you know, like, I mean, I don't know where we need to take it so that men can notice.
I mean, one thing I would say is women tend to be in sectors that are complicated. They tend to have smaller businesses and in lower margin sectors. So you do need to think about the design of the products in a way that's going to meet the needs of women. And women, for example, are less likely to have access to collateral. So thinking about cash flow based lending and other things like that is really important.
If you get me started on collateral, this conversation will never end. And I wonder, it's not, you know, creating mechanisms to help women get funding without collateral. We have to look at the problem of why women don't have collateral. Women do 70 to 80% of family farming on the continent for informal trade. I mean, I can give you whatever number, but in terms of the land ownership, it's still 10%. Again, the numbers do not make sense. And we're going to tackle that in our other conversation. But this collateral question is something that drives me quite passionate to carry on talking about it. Dipua, I want you to give me a rundown. I mean, after you were saying that, you know, people didn't respond, you had to go back to the drawing board and so forth, hearing what what Wendy has described and so forth, was something in the back of your mind that you would be facing unconscious bias about how you would be treated when you went to a bank? Was it a different experience for you, especially because I guess South Africa, we hope that South African banks are looking at women entrepreneurs in a different way, or am I wrong?
So from my side, I was funded by a DFI in South Africa called the National Empowerment Fund. And there's a strong focus also in my country with regards to supporting women, supporting Black women, and also supporting Black women in manufacturing specifically. The fund that I was able to unlock for my business was an industry-specific fund. So it's a furniture fund. And I think that also helped, you know, because I feel like funders also should research and learn the industry before offering the capital to helping the industry, because we operate in different industries and our business models are not the same. If you think about agriculture, manufacturing, finance, they're not the same, you know. So I think that the industry focus really helped a lot.
I'm not using that. All right, Adesua, I've got so many questions for you. And I mean, you must have felt completely like you were taking a very big risk and chance, I guess, you know, focusing just on women. It's interesting that it's only 70% of your portfolio. I was hoping you were going to get closer to the 100. Is that a plan? And how do you, I mean, are there lack of women businesses, do you think? Are you battling, are they too small sometimes, like Wendy was saying? Is there a problem with collateral? I just wonder what you face on a daily basis.
We're providing equity to SMEs, so our capital is patient. There are no collateral requirements. But with our gender lens investing strategy, we're investing in female-led businesses. We're investing in female-founded businesses, but we're also investing in businesses that may be male-led, but are improving women's lives through their value chains in some way, whether that's providing access to goods and services for women, whether that's having women predominantly active in the value chain as suppliers or customers, We want to ensure that the gender equity and the gender equality is not just happening at the management level, but across the entire value chain of the company. So that's something that we're quite passionate about. So 70%, I would say, is pretty good.
It is really good. I just want more and more.
Yeah, sure. No, we can do that. We can do that. And with Fund 2, we hope to do that, because what we're actually doing with Arua Capital Fund 2, which is a larger fund, is we're going to, because we saw that a lot of female-founded businesses were a little bit below our revenue threshold. And we've seen that there is an issue across the capital continuum of funding for women. So it's not only where I sit, which is kind of in the growth equity segment, but it's also in the VC segment. So pre-seed and seed. We don't have enough gender lens funds that are taking bets on women early. So what we're doing with Fund 2 is we have a small allocation within Fund 2 where we can bet on women early. And the hope is that as we invest in those women early, we then provide the pipeline for us to provide growth equity to them with our fund. So we kind of designed, and I think it goes back to what Wendy was saying, is when you spot the challenges of why women are not getting access to capital, it's because they're not getting access to capital at the very early stages. So if, we thought that we need to design something that addresses the capital gap at the early stages and at the growth stages. So I think we need to see more of an emergence of pre-seed, seed, VC funds that have targeted gender lens mandates. We need to see more Arua Capitals in the growth equity space, where we're doing between 1 to 3 million in an average ticket size. Then we need to see larger PE funds that are doing 5 to 10 million as those women scale. So we need to really address each part of the capital stack for women to really get access to the funds
across
that
the
they
value
need.
chain, basically.
Across the value chain, yes.
Wendy, I want to talk about accountability, institutional accountability, and making sure that investments are actually translating into measurable outcomes for women and women-led businesses. I find that sometimes a lot of what we hear is just window dressing, we're investing in women, and actually the numbers just don't correlate with reality. So tell me about accountability.
Yeah. So WeFi has been working with individual institutions for a long time to get them to do more work on financing women. And of course, with each project, we measure how much funding is going to women. But each time it's a struggle, and we find that the broader market impacts are not always there in terms of the ripple effects that you want to see from these kinds of activities. And we've really identified 3 things that are really critical that we think require systemic change to create accountability and that ripple effect on financing going out the door. The first is more leaders who really are committed to supporting women entrepreneurs in the financial system. The second is the data to allow us to track, are they actually funding women? Because if you go to a bank, they say they're funding equally, but then when you look at the numbers, often it's 10 or 15%. And then real innovations and real action on the ground that they're doing. And because WeFi sits across all the multilateral development banks that have the ability to deploy capital, work with regulators, help with policy, and get capacity building out the door. And we work with donors. We have 14 governments that are donors all around the world. And we have over 400 different private and public sector partners that we've supported around the world. We decided to launch a systems change effort called the We Finance Code, which is essentially to help countries really establish goals and accountability to expanding finance to women. So really making sure that as many financial institutions, not just the banks, but funds, fintechs, others, are making clear how much funding is going to women and how that's changing from year to year, that every institution has a champion who is thinking about how women entrepreneurs are being served by their institution, and that they're all committed to taking specific actions to move the needle on closing finance gaps for women entrepreneurs. And all of our partners, including the African Development Bank, are supporting that effort. We now have 13 countries across Africa and the Middle East, and 30 countries globally that are launching the We Finance Code, and we'll continue to grow that network and provide support to the countries that are doing that.
Out of curiosity, when you look under the hood, the numbers are not what they should be, right? When you look under the hood, when you're looking at, what companies are saying they're doing versus what they're
Yeah,
actually doing.
we always do. I mean, when we go into an institution, we're really looking at the underpinnings of the strategy, the implementation. And when we collect data, we're not just collecting the number and volume, number of women served in financing, but also what are the NPLs? Are they increasing their deposit levels, which is an indicator of health, and other indicators as well.
Fantastic. Okay. Oh. Okay. Can you hear me over this? Yeah, you're okay?
Yep.
Should I wait? Very interesting. Methanol, green, cool.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Okay, it's good. All right, very quickly. I want to save some time because we started late, but I just want to ask one final question. Advice to women entrepreneurs out there. Yes.
So what I have noticed is that most of us women are very conservative when it comes to raising debt to grow our business. So I would advise us not to be scared, and it's literally the only way to scale up, right? So that's the one piece of advice. And the other piece of advice, it's really to collaborate. You know, you don't have to grow your business alone. There's other women you can partner with. And also that there's power in numbers. You know, once we come together, more powerful things can happen.
So my advice is to be resilient and to be persistent, because it's a difficult journey. We are not given the same opportunities yet, unfortunately. So it's going to take longer to raise capital. So be persistent, be resilient, have some grit, but also always come back to your why and to your purpose, because your success will be able to motivate and inspire the next woman. And your success will also mean that the next woman will also hopefully take less time to raise her capital because of what you've done. So be resilient and always have excellence at the back of your mind, because you're other women, you're standing, what's the saying? You're standing on the shoulders of other women. So yes, so excellence and resilience is important.
Well, they've stolen my my thoughts also on advice for entrepreneurs, but I actually would take the opportunity to say advice for people who work in the institutions that can make a difference for women entrepreneurs. I mean, that's really who we work with to change mindsets. People who have access to resources and can figure out how to better use that to serve women entrepreneurs, that's really critical. And that's what, with the code and our work with African Development Bank, we're really trying to bring those champions together to work together at the country level to create change in their institutions, but also across the financial system in their countries. So if you're involved in any financial inclusion programs and want to get involved in the We Finance Code, that would be my advice, is look me up and we'll figure out how to get involved. We're having an event later this week on it, so there's also an opportunity to learn more.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What an illuminating conversation. Round of applause for my fantastic guests. Is this working? There we go. I'd like to welcome on stage my colleague, Melissa Bell, as she continues her fireside chats.
Thank you. That was fantastic discussion, really inspiring actually, and illuminating, exactly the word. The idea now is for us to look at from the point of view of donors, what some of the challenges, priorities, pitfalls and lessons have been for them. So it is my very great pleasure to welcome to the stage both the ambassadors of Canada and the Netherlands. Do please join me. Thank you. Sure. Thank you very much indeed. I want to begin, first of all, I want to introduce you, first of all, Isabelle Valois, the Ambassador of Canada to Morocco, and Dirk Jan Neuenhuis, who's the Ambassador of the Netherlands to Morocco, taking his position a little earlier this year. If I could start by asking you both,
in turn, perhaps you, Madam Ambassador, first of all, how your country here, Canada, prioritizes gender equality and women's empowerment on the African continent.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melissa. Thank you to the Africa Investment Forum to organize this, this session with AFAWA. Bonjour tout le monde.
Hello, everyone. What an exciting session for donors.
Anyway, I would like to start my first point as to what we do. Maybe some of you know, or some of you don't, but since 2017 we have launched the Canada Feminist International Assistance Policy. It's been with 8 years and going, and gender equality is part and foremost of FIAP. We have 6 action areas, including human dignity, growth for everyone. We have climate action, inclusive growth, peace and security, and gender equality as well as a dedicated action area. What I think is very important for you to understand, or important, is that the Canada via FIAP, via our foreign policy, has committed and met the objective to direct 50% of its bilateral assistance to Africa. And my second point is via our programming on women economic empowerment, which is central to Canada for the past, since 2015, and it's contributing to gender equality, inclusive growth, and drive progress towards SDG. I think one very telling data I'd like to share with you is that if women and men were simply to participate equally as entrepreneurs, the global GDP would raise from 3 to 6%, boosting the world economy from $2.5 to $5 trillion. Also interesting, and we've mentioned that before, is that women typically reinvest 90% of their income in education, health, and nutrition to their family and community, contrarily to up to 40% for men. And I think I will stop for these 2 points.
But to that point that was made earlier about flying with 2 wings, I think is exactly what you speak to, Madam Ambassador. Your Excellency, the same question for the Netherlands as a donor country. How do you ensure and prioritize gender equality and women's empowerment?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me here. I think in a very early part of our development cooperation, we have learned that putting gender at the center of our interventions is not only from a human rights perspective the right thing to do, but also for the success and the impact of our programs, putting a gender focus and a feminist foreign policy at the forefront of what we're doing is just a better return on investment. And as the Netherlands, we have a long history of being successful in business and in trade and in commerce. And I was very inspired by the story about West African women carrying their cloth on the plane, because it's exactly what we need to have tangible interventions that empower women because of the impact and the success of our programming. And even in such a thing which you might consider a very masculine program like infrastructure, we have emphasized the power of gender equality and gender impact. For instance, when the companies that we are funding were making bus lanes and bus stops, they would make sure that it was a safe place and an accessible place for women to get on and get off the bus, so they could go to work and they could care for their families and could be productive. So gender mainstreaming, not just from a principle point of view, but also from a practical point of view, to have better results and better impact.
And of course, the Dutch, well known for their pragmatism and actually rewarded by the contribution that women make to the economy, not simply that it is better for families, but it is better actually for the economy. Madam Ambassador, to you now, the question of how then, we agree that it's a good thing, how do you accelerate gender lens action on the African continent? How can you scale this up?
Briefly, we took a 3-pronged strategy approach to accelerate GLI, gender lens investing in Africa and elsewhere in the world. Firstly, we strongly believe that we should be advocating for GLI on as many international stages and for us, such as the African Union, the G20, G7, APEC, etc., etc. I think also, secondly, we actively mobilize funds from philanthropic and private investors, leading ways for innovation and blended finance. And our innovative finance programs are intentionally targeting gender equality outcomes across the world and Africa. And finally, in 2018, we established a development in finance institution with strategic priorities, including as top issues, gender equality and women economic empowerment. FinDev, as we call it, was created and now is an active player and continue to grow a large pipeline of women-led businesses around the world, especially here in Africa.
Your Excellency, as an important donor, what more will the Netherlands be planning to do in this area?
Yes, well, there's no reason to be complacent. And despite all the beautiful success stories that we've had here on the stage, it's important to keep fighting the good fight. Fortunately, we have a very famous leader on access to finance and development finance in our Queen Maxima. She's a driver. She's been a driver for access to finance, especially for women. And throughout our development cooperation, we are fighting, like many Western governments, to keep our finance levels where they are. We are switching from grants to loans because also developing world is becoming more empowered on their own. And in that, we need to ensure that the institutions that we fund have these gender-based policies at the core of what they're doing. So we are switching to ensure that everyone we fund, everyone we provide grants or loans to, have gender-based interventions at the core of their policies.
Presumably, the more this happens, the more rewarded you are with success stories.
That's the whole idea, and to be able to replicate and multiply, not just by government financing, but through private institutions, banks, private equity funds. We need that leverage, not just as donor countries, but we need to leverage what our interventions can bring on top of what the private sector, who has a huge potential, should bring to the table. And we also, where we regulate, we need to ensure that these institutions deliver on what we're asking from them in this area.
Madam Ambassador, looking at some of the challenges, practical lessons that you've learned, some of the actual initiatives that you've been involved in, the challenges and lessons that you've been able to draw from them.
Thank you.
Keep switching off. Yeah.
Désolé. Canada, I'll go straight to it. I have 3 examples where we led supporting women economic empowerment. And one, it was through a G7 initiative called the 2 Times Challenge to help women entrepreneurs in Global South, including many African countries. The 2 Times Challenge is an initiative providing women entrepreneurs with better access to resource opportunities. The initial challenge was 3 billion. The second one was 15 billion. And since its creation, the challenge raised over 33.6 billion. This year, the challenge has been fixed to 20 million, and for sure we will be exceeding. Another good example is the establishment by Canada of the Equality Fund, which is we set aside $300 million with the aim to raise $1 billion to support women's rights and worldwide for a period of 15 years. And finally, I would like to mention that we're proud and we think it's a big success to contribute to AFAWA initiative here through the Africa Guarantee Fund.
Your Excellency, the same question to you. Some of the concrete examples, what these have taught you about how you can best continue.
But in the lead up to our contribution to AFAWA, which I'll say briefly a small thing about, we've seen that throughout our policies that the success rate and the impact of a gender focus is much greater than what we were doing in the past when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, but also infrastructure, financial services. We've just seen more bang for our buck. Wow. And that's something that we in the Netherlands monitor carefully. Because of the public perspective of what we're doing, it's important to make sure that you get results in development cooperation, even under difficult circumstances. And when it comes to AFAWA, we have been able to leverage and generate almost 500 million euros in contribution, which has provided more than 20,000 female entrepreneurs to establish their businesses, to grow their businesses, and obviously with a spin-off that is much larger in terms of employment and the wider community that they are part of.
And when you speak of more bang for donors buck, and I hear that in these difficult environments, it's important to take back to governments the importance of the work that's being done and the results concretely. Is it the result of women's involvement? Is that what's making the difference? That these are women-led businesses and the impacts are measurable?
Definitely. And also the figures are there, 98% return, and the growth rates are there. And also the spin-off in terms of the social effects of empowering women on population growth, on health, on the general well-being and development of a society. It's just a no-brainer.
There's Eleni's earlier disbelief that the figures backing it up, it's extraordinary that we should still be trying to make this case. Give us an idea, Madam Ambassador, perhaps to you, of how funding is strategically allocated in order to maximize the impact that was just being mentioned, this much bigger impact that we're seeing from women-led businesses. How do you ensure that those funds are strategically allocated?
Well, for sure, what traces our way of functioning is the foreign policy that was really at a large exercise that we took for 2 years. So these were the big line of action for us. We work with the women's group and we work with different banks, and we know that the numbers, as we said, are known, and we try to focus our efforts towards investment-led businesses in Africa. And sorry.
To the point perhaps that you were making earlier, Your Excellency, about in these difficult times, the natural instinct of governments will be to give less as donor countries. How do you ensure that that continues and that it is in fact scaled up?
I think all donors have decided to go to continue, like we continue to our assistance, but we resort also to loan because it provides a secure source of more funding because by the returns, and I would say, sorry.
And
yes, answering the question, I think our leverage as government is to some extent limited. And what the private sector can generate is infinitely more scalable and larger, and it's actually the way it should be. And also creating a regulatory framework with the right policies in place to generate this capital and to make sure that it's spent wisely, and with this focus, creates, as I said, much more bang for the buck than if it was just a government intervention. So even if we are switching from grants to loans, that policy intervention by our governments in talking in multilateral fora, be it the G20 or the United Nations or the World Bank, to focus on gender-based interventions is what we can also bring to the table and help for this beautiful cause.
How key, to conclude, perhaps has FAO been in providing that framework that you mentioned that is essential not just for governments but for private investors as well? FAO specifically, speak to us perhaps about that.
Yeah. Well, as I mentioned, our contribution to FAO and which it has generated, but also as an example for private equity, for financial institutions to see the success and to see the business case that it generates, because there is still, what was mentioned in the panel here before, a lot of bias against lending. There hesitation from female entrepreneurs to burden themselves with too much debt. And FAO has shown that the business case for female entrepreneurship and lending and female-led businesses is actually a business case that works, and therefore an example for other institutions and private institutions as well.
Thank you very much indeed, ambassadors. Thank you so much for being with us and giving us an idea from the donor's point of view of the difference that FAO makes. I'd love to welcome back to the stage Eleni for our next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa, and thank you for that brilliant conversation. Okay, into our next session, and I'm really excited about this one. I'd like to welcome Kennedy Komba, Director of Financial Deepening and Inclusion of the Central Bank of Tanzania. Welcome, sir. Round of applause Thank you. Let's not lose our energy at this point in the day. Jules Ngankam, Chief Executive Officer of the African Guarantee Fund. Welcome. Lindeka Dzedze, Global Markets Head of Strategic Partnerships, Standard Bank. George Ogbonaya, Senior Vice President and Divisional Head, Business Banking Group of First City Monument Bank. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conversations we're having today. We're going to focus on unlocking opportunities for small to medium-sized enterprises for women in Africa and improving investment readiness and what we need to do. Okay. Lindeka, I want to start off with you. Collateral came up earlier. And, you know, in preparing for this session, it is something I've covered a lot in my career. It's collateral. You know, you want to, you know, taking out a loan and so forth, especially for women. Ownership is a problem. Land ownership is a problem. I mentioned those statistics earlier. Now we're trying to find mechanisms to, you know, loan money to women and fund their businesses, because we need to get around the issue of collateral. But I want to get down to the crux of why we don't have collateral, why women in Africa don't have collateral, and what your experience has been.
Thank you, Elaine. The room is gone. I'm actually just, I'm going to take a shot, firstly, and say, I'm the only one on the panel, women financing. And I think that's the challenge we have to start off with in terms of the key decision makers that are in the room, that are participating, that are making these decisions. I was clapping and so happy when I heard Boitumelo speaking, because we need to be in the rooms. If we're not in the C-suite making these decisions, we're not going to be changing much. The issue of collateral almost takes me back. I work at Standard Bank, and I always laugh when we have all these training programs for women. And we're not the problem. It's the environment that's the problem. And the issue of collateral on the continent is a big challenge. If you talk about ownership, if you talk about cultural challenges that we have that need to be looked at. And it's not there's a challenge that needs to be addressed that's beyond, I guess, a banking system where we sit. And it's something that I did tell you earlier that I do not want to be the one that speaks on this, because I'm going to be thrown off the panel. So I will, if you do not mind, gladly hand it back to the gentlemen who are sitting with me.
Right of response, I guess. Who wants to respond to that? George?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, but it's quite daunting to be given the first shot and to address the issue of collateral. Yeah, surely I'll just echo what my colleague has pointed out. It's a couple of many things, and I'll respond it from a regulatory point of view, because I'm coming from the central bank. So studies show in Africa, the main challenge of women not getting access to collateral multifold. One being culture, the other one being structural issues, and the third definitely being costs. So how we address all these three, currently we are working, and I know there are a number of countries in Africa that have already made a step on that, and in emerging economies, on a secure transaction law. So the secure transaction law opens up an opportunity for women to use what they own. So women have a couple of things. They have movable assets, they have jewelry, they have furniture and other items. And we have seen in a number of countries where when you use technology to create a database of those collateral, they can have access to secured lending, because then you have a secure transaction that allows for chattels to be traded.
So in Tanzania, you changed laws many years ago, a few years ago, in terms of land ownership and so forth, that it should be equitable. But, you know, sometimes customary laws come into play, and patriarchy and unconscious bias comes into play, and so forth. And I know that you come from a regulatory environment, Kennedy, and it's, I guess, as you say, it's structural. How are you guys tackling these structural issues to unravel them?
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, structural issues also take time. So the first thing that we do in order to speed up time, because financing goes with opportunity, what we're also doing is blending financing and alternative credit referencing. So using the power of technology to be able to provide effective credit referencing for women, getting their records to be able to provide, at least starting with a micro credit and micro lending to enable to unlock that opportunity while the structural adjustments do work. Apparently, the land tenure in Tanzanian land system is addressing that component where specifically in the law, it provides for a woman in rural areas not to be denied access and ownership of land on the basis of cultural issues, including inheritance law. So that's being addressed, but again, there's still the element of a patriotic kind of tendencies and the like. You may have something on paper, but the practice in a culture may be different. So to do that, technology can help, and alternative credit referencing and alternative lending can also adjust to that. Thank you.
Do you want to respond, Lindeka? No, okay. I've got a question for George. Okay, so First City Monument Bank. The one thing you want to talk about is bridging the funding gap for women SMEs. So let me ask you very simply, what percentage of women-owned businesses in your portfolio right now exist? What's the percentage?
Okay. Hi, everyone. No. I will answer your question.
Are you coming and joining us
today? No. I will answer your question, but let me tell you a story first. And that probably will answer a lot of the questions you're asking for a while. I think I'm the only commercial banker here. So in 2018, we had this national fund, which the government said 80%, 60% was go to the women. We happen to be the leading bank in disbursement of that fund. And with all the effort and pushing, we only managed to get 12.5%. And I was extremely worried. So I invited 36 women in 2 different groups and got my CEO then to sit in and have different meetings, 16 each, just to find out why they are not coming. This is a concession loan, it's very cheap. Why are you guys not coming up? And when we got them into that room, all I was hearing was accusation, unhappy, blaming, and I'm like, what's the real issue here? So
did you say blaming?
I mean, they were blaming the banks, complaining they're not getting the fund.
Complaining? What?
Yes. So hold a minute. I had my presentation, which was on the product. I decided to change my presentation to what I would have presented to my credit officers on how the bank appraise credit. So as I was making that presentation, I noticed that the whole room became calmer. All the women were very quiet because what they were doing were mentally assessing their business, and they now knew why they could not even approve their own loan. But that also gave us an insight to what could be the problem. We say access to finance, but that is just a symptom. There are many reasons why they can't get loan. So what we've done in the bank is to then begin to address those issues and then have products that focus on solving those particular problems. And then we begin to see an uptake.
So give me an example of a particular problem.
Okay, now, we find out 3 major things. 2 generally with SMEs, the 3rd one with women. Number 1 was affordability. In Africa, generally, the cost of lending in Africa is estimated very high because the interest rates are high. But beyond that, there's also another cost, the cost of documentation, which most times they don't get to find out until they got an offer, a contract. So most women don't take risks like men. So they drop off. No, when I mean take risks, they don't want to go into things that put them into trouble. So what we now did was to say, there are 2 aspects of costs here, the interest rate, and part of that interest rate has an balance sheet cost. We started looking for funds that has no balance sheet cost, and then use that to target women. We started partner with people like AIF to use risk sharing, remove the cost of documentation, and to reduce the overall cost of lending. And what we've seen is that the percentage, to answer your question, of women who borrows moved from about 12 to 25%.
To 25%.
To 25% within the SME world. Then we also did something else. We launched a product called She Venture, which was encouragement to venture. So we offered them a zero interest loan, couldn't be around for the very first few months to get them passed through that process. Okay? And then we make sure that we back them up with training, mentorship and coaching, and of course, access to network. And what we found that 50% of every woman that went through that process comes back to borrow a commercial loan within the next 6 months to 12 months. So that deals with the issues with affordability. The second issue we saw was the issue of policy. Every bank has a credit policy which is applicable to everybody. So SME with this feel disadvantage compared to corporate because we're all using the same process. So what we did was to say, because women naturally operate in a more high-risk sectors, you see more women in the agri production, in the informal trade, okay? And these are usually the high-risk area. And of course, you mentioned they don't have collateral, which is part of the policy issues. So what we did was to also speak to some of the DFI to say, let's have a risk sharing. So use risk sharing as a policy mitigation to say, if you don't meet one or two days policy, we'll use the risk sharing to back you up. And then we also saw the credit uptake. Then the third one, which is actually where the big elephant is investment readiness. If you let me use Nigeria as an example, if you move into a typical market, the informal sector, perhaps 50% or more of the business owners are women at the micro level. But as you come closer to the medium-sized SMEs, that number starts reducing. So we don't really see a lot of women wanting to take in more risks or grow their business, which is what we're now trying to solve by using a lot of capacity building.
Okay.
And for example, we have a program we're running with Africa Development Bank this year alone. We've trained with 2,345 women this year on trying to build the capacity. And I see them as a pipeline.
Yeah.
Because once their capacity is built, then they understand what they need to do in order to access credit. And when the need comes in, you see that happen.
Thank you. Lindeka. There's a lot to get into there. Yeah, we've got time.
I was actually going to say, and maybe I'm digressing, I'm not sure. I was going to talk about a couple of things that have been mentioned by everybody who's come on stage so far. Firstly, the one thing I find preposterous to me is that we all sit and talk about how outstanding the numbers are when it comes to women paying back their debt. Yeah. We all come and talk about the value creation and fund performance when it comes to diverse teams that have women in them. We all talk everything we've spoken about. So what I'm actually struggling to find is the numbers speak for themselves. There's empirical data that actually demonstrate and proves this. But despite that, it is not happening. So I'm struggling to get a sense of, is it also those unconscious bias? What is it? Or we're not the room making those decisions? Because the numbers are there. But what I also wanted to talk about was on the intentionality and being deliberate in terms of putting solutions in place to do this. It is important. I'll talk about what we're doing, and I'll start with, from a bank perspective, all the challenges that have been mentioned by the previous speakers where Wendy and Arua Capital are real. And I want to say to women first, it doesn't get easier. We just need to get tougher because it's not going to change. And the second part is that, so we have programs within the bank, a Standard Bank, that are specifically geared to women because we talk about cultural differences, patriarchy. In these programs, we have Anakazi in Zambia, Dada in Kenya, Blue Women in Nigeria. It is really intentional to help women access capital. It speaks to capacity building. It is working with them from an education perspective, from a mentorship perspective, to actually grow their businesses. Through all of those programs, we've seen a big jump in numbers. As of last year, I think we're looking at 36,500 accounts that have been created for these women specifically. So, and those are small numbers. It's not like we're shooting the lights out here. I think we're still underclubbing, but I'm talking about intentionality. This is talking now in the SME space. Coming back to the fund management space, you're talking about the huge plethora of activity when it comes to entrepreneurial SME businesses in Africa. We actually lead as women. These are people that are creating jobs, by the way. And then you had Arua Capital talk about how intentional they are in investing, if you look through their business, in women. Yet we're still struggling to fundraise for these businesses. We launched a fund, AIF, the African Women Impact Fund. And the reason we did was, if we look at the pace of change when it comes to all of this, all of us in the room are not going to experience all this change that we talk about. On the continent, we have an opportunity, I'm repeating this fact, to actually raise the GDP of Africa by $316 billion by next year if we fly with 2 wings. But we don't. We don't. So that's an opportunity that I'm saying we are leaving that money on the table intentionally. So what are we doing then? What is the challenge? Is it the challenge that we need to be asking ourselves, or is it posing it to, if you're talking to fund managers, you're talking to asset allocators, you're talking to trustees, because they have fiduciary duty to look into this. But what I loved, and I'm digressing, I'm just late in the day, what I love by what Tumela said is that it's embedded into whatever their procurement processes are, whatever their business that are doing, that you have to demonstrate. Just like you have to demonstrate from a governance perspective, whatever you're doing. Gender is now very explicitly there versus something that's on the sidelines. It's gender mainstreaming. So I know I just jumped on there.
I have a question, because I've asked this question to George. I'm about to ask it to Jules as well. So tell me, at Standard Bank, what percentage in women then are you investing?
So the numbers, we're talking about this now. These are the numbers that I'm talking about in these countries of the accounts that have been created specifically for the women. This is a 36,500 within Ghana, Uganda, Kenya, and I think Nigeria. Those are the numbers. But that is not good enough either, because we do not measure, so we don't report on it. It's not measured. Everyone sits and says, we've all deployed this much. We did a call to action campaign when we actually launched AIF. We went far and wide across every nook and cranny on the continent to find the women. If these billions of dollars are flowing, these women businesses should be thriving by now. So I want to say that we have the number of women. Can we demonstrate? Can we actually show? And I'm talking about the numbers that I'm looking at, and I'm not talking the broader bank. And that's a number that I can go find, but I promise you I may struggle to find it.
Okay.
Because it's not reported.
Haha. Okay. Jules, the African Guarantee Fund. And under the title I was given, Mobilizing Private Sector Capital for Women SMEs, Guaranteeing Mechanisms as a Key Enabler. So let me ask you then, at the African Guarantee Fund, how many women-backed loans? Can you quantify for us? I like numbers, if you've noticed.
Yes.
Because I think it gives us a really important picture of what's going on.
Yes, you do. So in terms of number of loans, we don't measure in terms of number, but the percentage in our portfolio. So before we started the AFAWA program, 30% of our portfolio was allocated to women-owned and led businesses. And then since we started to implement the program, we moved from 30% now to about 45%. And our target is to get to a point where we can have 50%, to women business. Yeah. So, and I would like to cover, like, very quickly a point. When we talk about access to finance to women, it's a problem that is quite complex. And what we don't want to do is to have a sort of blame game. But it's to find where are the issues. And the issues are at the level of the SMEs, at the level of the financial institution, the policymaker, so the government, the regulator. So is to find a kind of global approach where we involve all the stakeholders. When we talk about the SMEs, are they loan ready? We need to prepare them. They need to understand even the loan process, the loan, like how do they kind of apply for a loan? Most of the time, they have no idea of what the process should be. At the level of the bank, even the product that they offer, is it adapt to the need of the SMEs? You talk about the collateral, but we have several types of loan. We have unsecured loan. Can they apply for this type of loan? at the level.
What's the interest rate on that?
The interest rate will vary from one country to another country. Ghana, you will be around maybe 30–40%. In West Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, you'll be around 7 to 10%. So that can vary. But sometimes we like to talk about the interest rate. But those SMEs, sometimes they can afford it. They can afford it because when you see the margin of return that they are making, we have an example of some SMEs in Kenya. So they're in the trade business. Every morning, they go on the farm, they buy some goods, and then they sell it. So they take a loan of, let's say, 1,000 shilling in the morning. They buy the goods for that amount, and then they sell it maybe at 1,200. This is 20% margin on one day. So they can afford most of the time. But so is the challenge affordability or accessibility or availability of funds? And we need to tackle each issue differently, because even when we talk about the SMEs, we have the micro, we have the small, we have the medium, having different types of challenges. Yeah, and that's why we want to have a global approach where we also talk to the regulator, because what we are kind of advocating for is to see if we can copy what is happening in the climate space. You know, more and more regulators around the world, they are giving some capital relief to commercial banks when they finance climate-friendly projects. Can we do something similar for women SMEs? Because they understood that climate risk can also lead to the financial risk. So that should be the same. How can we change the regulation, all the ratio that the bank, they have to comply with, so that encourage them to finance more of this type of SMEs? Otherwise, we can say, okay, the blame is on the bank, but at the same time, they have the regulator. We talk about the ownership. What can we change in terms of policy, you know, with the government? So it's a global approach.
Yeah. Kennedy, from a regulatory perspective, the central bank can do what it does, right? Bring up policies, tell banks how to act and respond and how to, you know, include women. What has the uptake been since you've started shifting the regulatory environment, and how are banks executing what you want as a central bank?
Thank you very much, Lisa. In terms of impact, since we've started, the key instruments that we've been using in terms of driving fast the market in order for them to change policy instruments and strategies. So the policy instruments are drawn from the national goals. We have a goal of 50% on the Tanzania Gender Inclusive Strategy. And with that, it's trickled down by implementation from the central bank. So I'll start with leadership, for instance. We did a study in Tanzania recently, last year. And in that study, we did an assessment of just to understand women in the boards of directors of all the banks that we regulate, and also women in senior management. And of course, to the obvious, we found that there's a really small percentage of women CEOs in the country. In terms of just general listed companies in Tanzania, it's only 21% of all listed companies that have at least a board member sitting in the board, and a fraction of 5% only who are in CEO positions. So we have issued a circular to all financial institutions to ensure that they take into account ensuring that women sit in senior management to make decisions. As my colleague points out, it's very important for women to be in the steering seat to make decisions. And when these decisions are made, then this other point, then I'll come up to address. So that's one in terms of leadership, ensuring mentorship programs have been conducted, training and creating a pool of women who can move into the leadership ladder. And in terms of actual impact, we also implement a strategy relating to financial inclusion. And part of that strategy, we're very intentional, ensuring that women financial inclusion in the countries is addressed in narrowing the gender gap. Currently, we have a gender gap of around 5%. It narrowed from 9% in 2017 to 2023. And we have seen a specific aspect addressing to product design, appropriate services to women. And I'll give you some few examples. Like of recently, last year, we had a bank that issued the first ever gender bond in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa with a total value of around 32 billion. It was oversubscribed by 197%. And the disbursement of this loan goes directly to women-owned SMEs and products, the businesses of women that target directly at least a high percentage of women's services, be it health, production, agriculture, or value chains that women are highly employed on. And their target was 18 months to be able to disburse, but they disbursed within 1 year. So there's high impact and high appetite in the country in terms of addressing specific gender-related programs. The last one, of course, which I see, which is quite important, is addressing issues to do with community microfinance groups. Because in Tanzania, community microfinance groups actually surpass usage to men. So there's no gender disparity, it's the other way around. And the fact it's because it's partly because of cost and collateral, but the other fact is because of the social context around community-based microfinance. So what currently we're doing, we are partnering with development partners, we are partnering with other knowledge institutions and academia to advance a shared microfinance kind of system in order for the community microfinance groups to be able to digitize. Partly the private sector is doing that, but we want to scale that and ensure that at least the microfinance groups can also move from micro to SMEs and move upwards in order to increase their investment. Thank you.
That's incredible. Thank you for laying it out. So just to confirm on the percentage of women in senior positions at corporates, it was 21%, you said, correct? So obviously, frankly, across the African continent, we have this issue that we're not seeing enough women in senior management positions, especially at corporate level and so forth. And I'm sure in the banking sector, it must be quite similar. So I want to move, because we've got about 10 minutes left, I want to move to solutions, how to take this forward, because there's one thing I keep talking about since I came to this conference this morning is timelines are slow. We don't act fast enough. 25%, you know, for a bank is not good enough. 20% on representation in senior positions is not good enough. We really need to act quickly. And I wonder what those mechanisms are. What is it that we need to do? So George, let's start with you.
Okay, thank you. From my experience and what we'll see is that a lot more work needs to be done in getting women ready for funding. And a lot of the things we do around capacity building, upscaling, you know, is something you need to do in a very disputed format. For example, we are trying to pilot a new product called embedded finance. And I think the fintech, the agri-tech, the health tech could be an enabler. Because if you looked at the credit, you know, credit risks, ultimately there are two major drivers to it, operational risks and market risk for women. So what we see with this fintech, agri-tech is the kind of the risking and the ecosystem and making it easier for you to fund with minimal losses. So, and that will also aggregate women into a bigger, you know, bucket, and then makes funding more easier and affordable and, you know, less expensive. So those are one areas I think we can get scared very quickly and then move that 50% that we're seeing a small micro level to the medium and large level.
It's like those small, yeah, inclusion of the small businesses. I love having bankers on stage with me, because I can ask you some numbers. Quickly, on the default rates of women-led SMEs, what is it? You should have come armed with numbers for me, George.
So I don't want to disappoint you, but the difference is not really that much, you know. But I think is you see a lot more difference in sectors. You know, the interesting thing that SME is very, very fragmented.
Yeah.
And most times they are usually affected by the micros, since they don't have control. And it affects both men and women. Even though generally there might be 1 or 2 basis points less, but the difference is not that much.
Okay, Lindeka.
That's my experience.
Let's move forward. What do we need to do? What are you doing at Standard Bank to drive us forward?
I was going to say quickly first, one of the things that we're doing, I think we're collaborating and sharing platforms with other people that are driving the same agenda, specifically even from the PU and all the organizations, women in private equity, women in, you know, we're all working together to make sure we can share the platform and multiply our voices and create visibility. From a banking perspective, one of the things that we've done is we set up this foundation for AIF, our fund, to make sure that we're actually raising capital, because we know how bruising and challenging fundraising is, to actually make sure that we're able to disperse grants to these women to keep the lights on while they're still trying to actually do the business. And that also for us, we're trying to make sure that we solve for the entire ecosystem, not just for them raising money, but also with the MDP program, the Manager Development Program that we have with Restura, our investment manager, that helps women with capacity building, the middle office, back office support, risk mitigation tools to actually get things going, because it's not going to be, this is not something that's going to be solved tomorrow. So those are the efforts that we're putting out there at the moment.
Yes, so to solve this problem, what we want to achieve is many partnership. Is partnership, making sure that we partner with the funders, with the donors, the GFIs, like the African Development Bank, the rating agency, the commercial bank, as I was saying earlier, because when we look at it as a global approach, we don't want like different players to work in silos. So as much as possible, we want to make sure that when we conduct a technical assistance program, we also involve the bank from the very beginning, so that they understand exactly what will come out of that training program, because we want to work on the pipeline, on the SME entering the pipeline, as well as the one exiting the pipeline. Because when we measure the success, so we were mentioning what percentage of SMEs do we have in our portfolio. Now we are measuring in the pipeline the one that was selected. But what we also want to do is to increase the one entering the pipeline. So, and we achieve that through this type of partnership with the central bank, with the government on the public procurement. Yeah, so we want to have that global approach where we can have all the different players sitting at the same table, understanding the challenges of each other and find a way to tackle them.
So here's the other thing that I wonder, because we keep talking about SMEs, we talk about women-owned businesses, but I wonder whether they can scale their businesses, whether they have the funding to be able to scale and breach that SME space, right? And to get even bigger, and whether they get support on that level and that scale. Is that your experience, Jules?
Yeah, so to scale, they need access to long-term funding, because what we will see most of the time, what the bank will be able to do is short-term financing.
Yeah.
But with short-term finances, they are financing mainly the working capital. So to grow, they need long-term financing. And my colleague was mentioning earlier about the green bond, or the gender bond, which is also a good experience that some commercial banks today are using to mobilize long-term funding in the market that they can now on lend to the SME also long-term. Yeah. So scaling is key. And when we are talking about scaling, we need to identify those SME that need to scale, because what they need is, in fact, the working capital. Because we want to have an approach that fits different type of SME that we are talking to. Scaling is many. So I would say when we go to small to medium, the micro, I think what they want is mainly to have like that working capital. And the conversation we have with the bank is to design products that are adapt to the different needs of the SMEs.
Fantastic. Kennedy, the efforts that are being made on the ground, and we're talking about timelines here. So tell me about your timeline. Tell me about how quickly we can make this happen. I'm all about speed.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Exactly. So for us, we realize two main things that I'm personally also passionate. Number one, charity begins at home. So from a regulatory point of view, to what extent are women leaders in the central bank sitting to make decision and design? So we have leaders, women leaders, who are supposed to go and supervise banks. They're supposed to be able to assess the product that are out there. So what we have done in the central bank, we've come up with the leadership programs that ensures that we'll have women leaders sitting in those positions to be able to go out there and influence. That's one. Secondly, we've collected a group of women CEOs to come and sit together with the deputy governor, who's also a woman, and to come with concrete actions, and we'll come up with a roadmap So we have things like sex desegregated data to be collected. We have issues to do with taxonomy of what should be a women product in the market. We have issues to do with leadership that I've just mentioned, and the others that will really put traction on the ground. And with that, I'll finalize by saying we'll now open it up to economic value to other men CEOs who are not in the table, so that they actually see that there's value to invest in women. And we'll also be inviting the development partners and others who are going to be willing and ready to push this matter forward. And then we'll reach the speed that you're saying. Thank you.
It's absolutely brilliant. Lindeka, I'm actually going to give you the last word here. Amen. I totally agree. I think it's fantastic. Okay, Lindeka, I've got one last very quick question for you. Are you feeling encouraged by the conversations we have? Because listen, I've attended so many women-led panels talking about look for many years. It's almost becoming infuriating because it seems like we're going in circles while we're making incremental moves upwards. So, are you feeling encouraged?
I am, but I'm also frustrated by the pace of change. If I'm being serious, we've been talking, this is something we talk about every day. All the women that are here, we're talking our own story, life stories. I think at some point in time, I just get frustrated at thinking that we have an opportunity to do something for this whole continent and an opportunity to actually take everyone. We're leaving half the workforce behind. So it is encouraging because we have to actually do this. Those who were before us, fought a great fight, and we can't now suddenly give up. So it's encouraging, especially when you hear women leaders like Boitumelo and others really talking about concrete plans that they're executing. I commend you. I actually love what you're doing because you are putting women in the room to actually solution for themselves. So it sounds really encouraging. I wish the pace of change, we could experience it, but I don't think I will be here to experience that. It won't happen in my lifetime.
You don't think you'll be at that? No, but come on, you're saying it's not going to happen in your lifetime.
It is. We have 2094. We have 2094 is if we could at the current pace of change, we're looking at 2094 to be able to lift the GDP on the continent. It's not me. It's the numbers. It's data. And we have the opportunity to do it sooner.
Well,
but I'm encouraged by what you're saying. Really encouraged.
Exactly. I'm feeling hopeful. Let me tell you something that the WTO Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said during a panel. We were a women-led panel. Actually, it was a trade financing for women session that I hosted. And there were quite a few men, and especially, on stage. And she says, you know what? We need the men on our side. So we need more Georges, more Jules, and more Kennedys to have the same passion that we have for this topic. So we commend you for everything that you're doing. And we're relying on you to make it happen quickly. Thank you to everyone. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking through and staying with us. We know it's been a long afternoon.
Thanks again for this wonderful panel. One thing that I heard since the beginning of this event is I'm inspired. I'm inspired. I'm inspired. I'm inspired. Everyone here is inspired. But the question is how not to be inspired? Because what we saw today was women, entrepreneurs, so fighters, on the stage. Because being an entrepreneur in Africa is a fight on a daily basis. You have every day to fight some obstacles coming from everywhere. So they are fighters. And we've been inspired by them. But then for them to be able to share their stories, they had to have amazing women, journalists, coming on stage, Melissa, Eleni, and asking them the right questions for them to be able to share properly their stories. And you see those two women coming on stage and it looks effortless, it looks easy, but it is not. It is work, hours and hours of work, rehearsal, studying the profiles to make sure that they are asking the right questions. So the two journalists that we had on stage here are also fighters. And then the only man that gave us a speech today was Dr. Adeshina. And when Eleni teased him and told him that women were paying their debts and that men weren't, I thought that he was going to defend men, but he didn't. He acknowledged that, yes, women pay their debts. So he is an advocate. He is fighting also to empower women, and not all the men do it. So he's inspiring. And when I looked at the women in the room, I don't know all the faces, but I know some of them. And those faces also inspired me and inspire me. For example, I saw Yassine Fall. I saw Asatoun Sele. These are women that have been fighting for decades within or outside the bank. And so these are role models for us. And you have also the younger generation within the bank, for example, that is also inspiring this event, all the financing for AFAWA. You have like young women fighting on the daily basis to make sure that it happens for other generations. I'm talking about, for example, Melissa Basque-Roux. I'm going to invite her on stage, but this is another example of a woman inspiring. So yes, we are inspired today and we are glad to be. So please help me welcome Melissa Basque on stage for the latest comments, please.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, today, as we close this event, I would like for us to pause and reflect on one undeniable truth. Investing in women is not only the wise thing, the good and the right thing to do. It's actually the smart thing to do. Women entrepreneurs are not a risk. They are an opportunity. They represent a vast and largely untapped market that holds the power to unlock Africa's full economic potential. Through combined efforts with our partners, we're actually flipping the narrative, changing the way banks and financial institutions perceive women entrepreneurs. And don't only take my word for it. Explore the evidence, experiences, and perspectives of our 185 AFAWA financial institution partners. Take the example of Equity Bank in Rwanda. Thanks to the technical assistance they received, Equity Bank was actually able to address a crucial pain point experienced by women entrepreneurs. Women were refusing to apply for loans that could grow their businesses because of fear. They feared they could not repay back during their pregnancy. They feared their business would go bankrupt if they could not repay the loan during their maternity leave. They feared to choose between motherhood and entrepreneurship. Identifying that challenge, Equity Bank developed a loan product tailored to women entrepreneurs. During their pregnancy and maternity leave, women entrepreneurs will get a grace period. The response was tremendous, actually, growing Equity Bank's portfolio. And this is among the simple but transformative solutions we talk about when we say, listen to the woman, make room for the woman, and you will see tangible impact in your businesses. This is where you all come in. Leaders of financial institutions, bankers, investors, leaders of DFIs, I challenge you, commit your institutions to advancing investment in women entrepreneurs. Let me emphasize, this is not about charity. It's about sound business. When we empower women entrepreneurs, we ignite a multiplier effect that touches families, communities, and entire economies. And we know this works because we are actually walking the talk. And we have champions in this room who have joined us on this journey. The first I would like to mention is the Central Bank of Tanzania, our AFAWA public sector champion, recognized for its firm commitment to directly dismantle financial barriers for women entrepreneurs, accelerating financial inclusive policies in Tanzania's growing economy. Moving to the private sector, another champion I would like for us to celebrate is Standard Bank, whom we should honor for its instrumental role in African Women Impact Fund, AIF, pioneering innovative investment strategies that have empowered thousands of women-led enterprises. Then, the last but not the least is our implementing partner for the Guarantee for Growth program, the African Guarantee Fund. For the past few years, AGF has been able to foster transformative partnership and create tools that expand capital access to women entrepreneurs at the continental level. These leaders are setting the standards for what is possible, and their work is a beacon of hope and progress. Please stand if you are a partner entrepreneur, and we have a few of our entrepreneurs in the room. Please, the AFAWA entrepreneurs, if you could kindly stand up. We would like for the bankers as well, the investors in the room, to stand. Thank you, Nelly. And actually, Nelly is one of our entrepreneurs, and she came all the way from Kenya and came as well with a few products. So please take the time to appreciate what we have before you leave the room. So all the champions in this room, I mean, we're clapping for you today because we can do it only together. It's a journey, and we need to join forces to ensure that we can advance this important agenda. And now, it is my privilege to introduce someone who has been a tireless advocate for empowering Africa's women entrepreneurs, our dear Vice President, Dr. Beth Dunford, whom I'm inviting on the stage to provide the closing remarks. Thank you all for joining us today and looking forward to embarking on this incredible journey together.
Well, thank you very much. And I think, like the rest of you, I'm inspired. And through the AFAWA program that we've talked about a lot today, we're supporting women entrepreneurs to improve their technical and business skills to become more bankable. But importantly, we're supporting banks, financial institutions to meet women SMEs where they are, to create financial products that are tailored to the needs of African women entrepreneurs, and importantly, de-risking their investment in women SMEs. And it's working. We're helping banks to become more womenable. It's working because the number of women-owned SMEs that we have reached in a very short time, 18,600, with $1.1 billion in their hands, and the momentum is growing. These numbers are growing fast to begin to close the financing gap. But beyond these impressive numbers is a much more transformational change. It's a change in perception. What we have seen today is a recognition through concrete experience that investing in women entrepreneurs is not just the right thing to do. It's not just a nice thing to do. It's investment in opportunity. You all here today and a growing number of other financial institutions across the continent, over 185, as we just heard, are currently working with AFAWA, are recognizing that Africa's women entrepreneurs are a reliable and untapped market, and financing their growth is simply good for the bank's financial bottom line. And when Africa's banking sector realizes that financial services are good for women and is simply good for business, in the future, there won't be a need for guarantees as the lending is sustainable and it's profitable. That is the future that we need. But we're not there yet. There's a lot more work to do. And we want to do this so we can still be here to see it. Thank you for leading the way, all of you here in this room and beyond, to transform the way financial institutions across Africa engage women as customers. We need all of you, policymakers, investors, banks, development partners, to support us to continue to grow this effort so it can become the unstoppable transformation that we need to enable women entrepreneurs everywhere to be able to reliably access the finance they need to grow and be part of the economic future of a prosperous Africa. So to those of you here that are already leading the way, thank you. To those of you considering it, please join us. Now is the time to act. The steps you take today will shape a brighter, more inclusive financial future for Africa, and we want to do it now so we all can see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this powerful call to action. Your words remind us that today's event is not the conclusion, but the beginning of the greater investment in women entrepreneurs to shape #the Africa we want. Heartfelt thank you to all our speakers, panelists, moderators, and the engaged audience also. So thank you for making today's event a success. Special thanks to the African Development Bank, AFAWA, the Africa Investment Forum, and the African Guarantee Fund for their leadership in championship women-led businesses. So before you leave, a quick reminder to return your headsets to the designated collection point near the exits. And if you need any assistance, the team is here to help you. And we do encourage you to stay a little longer around in order for you to be able to discuss with other people that were in this room, people that are outside, so that we keep the same energy and you have an opportunity to connect with other people. And so, yes, social network reminder, don't forget to keep the conversation alive online and use the hashtags #InvestingWomen and #TheAfricaWeWant. So thank you again for being part of today's transformative discussions. Let's go forward together, investing in women. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. can stand here and you stand here.
Okay.
You see?
And it has to look realistic.
Yeah.
It has to look right. She should be taking it.
This is a really important but no.
No. And I just these things out.
Yes. It's all right.